Voices are challenged because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting. Relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na onu agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
on different understanding and based on different assimilations, where people now will teach in the way they understand, or based on what they want to get, or based on selfish purposes, or understanding based on their personal belief that may also come to the point of the challenge the entire church is having today. And that's where we are having a problem when we are talking about the youths or the church. Part of what the church is standing out for is, like I say, the church talks about the called out, people that have been separated, people that are as light. Like Matthew chapter 16, the Bible says that you are the light of the world. We are. Let my light so shine before men that they may see. That they may see. Let my light, our light, so shine that they may see. The biggest challenge that we are having today is that both the youths and people around the church or denominations, what they are seeing today seems very deceitful. And that's why, including the youths, they are not getting satisfied. Let me use, for instance, when a father who also have the tag of being a Christian, every morning you will make sure that your children goes to church, but you yourself, you are at home. What do you think that the young people are learning from you? Or some of them, some of the fathers may even drive their wives or their children to the church, and at the end of the day, they go to the bar or whatever. So you can see that the children is also learning from their father. Soonest, they'll start behaving like that because their fathers, though Christians, but they are not well established, holding tenaciously the faith. Remember I said, when we are talking about the church, the ecclesia, we are talking about two things. Number one, they called out. People that should be separate. People that should shine forth, show forth. That's number one. Number two, the people that have a strong belief, a way of life established in God, in Christ. Now, I've talked about the issue of stand out. Today, the churches or the denominations go through the medias, go through social medias and every other thing. You will hear untold issues, things that are happening in the church, abominable issues, things that are well challenging, that when you look at some of these things, somebody may say, if church is like this, I may not want to go again. You hear about things, immoral lives, killings, murdering, and all the rest of them. Lying, acquisition of false wealth, and all the rest of them. And the youths are watching. The other way around, we're also talking about we are not also being example of what we're supposed to be. When the Bible talked about the first Christians, the Bible said that they were Christ-like. The way they behaved, the way they walked, the way they thought, the way they speak, the way they behave, everything was an example. That was why when Paul was writing to Timothy in 1 Timothy chapter 4 verse 12, he said to Timothy concerning the youth, he said, let no one despise thy youth, but be thou an example, both in faith, in purity, and in your conduct. Now, the youth that should be example that others will follow would also learn from the elderly ones. Now, when they're not getting that example, that's where the challenge comes from. That's one aspect. Then the other way around, when we are talking about the community of faith people that have been raised, the question is, first, we ask ourselves as parents, we ask ourselves as church leaders, how have we been raising these people? Proverbs chapter 22 verse 6, the Bible said, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So that's the major two aspects. Prosperity is quite good. I believe in prosperity. But where you emphasize more on prosperity than on values, where you teaches or talk about more on prosperity than on faith in Christ Jesus, you're having a problem. Because a man, I was told, I read something about a certain man who went to a church and the pastor was preaching. He saw how tall, how huge the man was, looking gorgeous and every other thing. The pastor got to him and said, God said, whatever you do, you will prosper. I prophesy to you within the next 1 week, you will do this, you will do that. Without knowing that that man was an armed robber. After saying that, the man went home, called his gang and said, the pastor prayed for me, even anointed me. And we are going to, it means that tonight's activity is going to be great. And we'll start from him because they raised funds. And he had over 2 million. The church was the first place he went to. Because for that man, all he could hear from the church was the prosperity, not a change of life, not a transformation. Because one of the things about the church should be a place of transformation. A place of transformation. Hebrews chapter 12 verse 2 says, be ye transformed, that you no longer be confirmed. He said, let your life, let my body be a sacrifice acceptable to God. So the first thing before prosperity, the Bible said, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. But because of our overemphasis on the prosperity, the good health, and all the rest of them, we are having a problem. Blessed is the man who walk not in the way of the ungodly, nor sit in the seat of scoffers, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord. And on his delight, on his word, he meditates day and night. Then the Bible says in verse 3, such man or such a person will be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters, that bears its fruit in its season. His leaves will not wither. Whatsoever he does will prosper. So before we talk about the emphasis, or we talk about prosperity and the emphasis thereof, we should first talk about the life. You don't give a knife to, somebody like what we're having today. Everybody wants to prosper. This morning, somebody is, what do you call him? A conductor. Without passing through the rudiment of driving. This morning he's a conductor. In the afternoon, he's a driver. What do you expect? Accident. Because the person did not pass through the rudiments of driving. And the person don't even know the value of life. The same way, when you give prosperity money in the hand of somebody who doesn't even know the value of it, what do you expect? That's why even in the political era, among the politicians, or even in the educational places, you see somebody today, probably somebody got into the university through, what do you call it, special center, and sought his way out from first year till 7th year as a doctor. What do you expect that person to do in the hospital? The person sought his way through. He didn't even sit down one day to read. He didn't know anything. Ask him anything, ask anything. He doesn't know. What you certainly be aware of is that we'll be having problem in the medical sector, because the person didn't pass through the normal way. Somebody is a lecturer today, or is what do you call it, a teacher. You don't know, you can't even speak one correct English. And tomorrow you're teaching. What are you going to teach? Nothing. The same way, when money comes into the hand of somebody who doesn't value life, what do you expect? Destruction. So that's where the church should sit back. We have the platform. We have the opportunity to transform lives, to talk to lives, to shape lives. Because the church in the Igbo land or the southeast, almost before now, almost 3/4 of the indigenes are of one denomination or the other. And churches continue to spring up here and there. But why we should ask ourselves the question, the churches that are springing up here and there, what effect is it having in the lives of the members? Where you are not touching the lives positively, you won't expect anything less. One of the aspects of our challenge is that the economy is affecting us, and the church don't have any answer. Unemployment is on the increase. The church don't have any answer. Call it the what do you call it? Corruption is on the increase. Yet we don't have any answer. And the youths, they are seeing all these things, and they ask a question: what effect, positive effect, is going to church on us? We have gone to school. We don't have work. to do. And every time we come to church, maybe we give offerings. We are asked to pay tithe. Then we don't have anything doing. And these are the same youths you're telling about issues of prosperity. You are in the church today, tomorrow you are prospering. And the church that will tell you you are prospering tomorrow is not also telling you how to walk. You need to walk for success to come. You need to walk for you to prosper. Look at Psalm number 1, where I noted in verse 3. In that verse 3 says, whatsoever you do, that is, your work will prosper. When you're not doing anything, and prophecies are laid upon you, so what are you going to do? Nothing. You are not employed, and there's no answer to that. So it's a problem.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news updates on Aneke TV, bringing you the latest, accurate and reliable reports from across Nigeria and beyond. I am Onyenyechi Ugu, glad to have you join us. The headlines. Federal government unveils emergency hotlines to combat school bullying. Federal government secures agreement for 25 ambassador designates. On the foreign scene, United States commences deportation of third country migrants to DR Congo on the new agreement. On the business news, FCCPC refutes claims of ban on airtime and data advance services. Now the news in details. The federal government has introduced dedicated emergency reporting channels to address rising cases of bullying in schools across Nigeria. The initiative was unveiled during a stakeholders consultative dialogue in Abuja, while officials cited alarming data indicating that up to 85% of students have experienced physical or psychological abuse. Authorities say the move is aimed at ensuring swift reporting and immediate intervention in cases of intimidation and violence. The Federal Ministry of Education has provided a primary hotline 0901-266-0044 and a WhatsApp-enabled number 080-525-36133 for direct complaints. In addition, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has made available a toll-free short code 627, while the National Safe School Response Coordination Center can be reached via 091-312-32323. Officials say the reporting systems is backed by existing legal frameworks, including the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. The government emphasized that offenders will be prosecuted, while school authorities who fail to act will be held accountable. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has released results for candidates who sat the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination with 632,788 results now available. The announcement was made in a statement issued on Friday by the board spokesperson, Dr. Fabian Benjamin. Candidates have been advised to check the results by sending UTME result via SMS to 55019 or 66019 using the same phone number used during registration. The board clarified that only result viewing is currently available, while printing options will be enabled later. JAMB issued a warning against attempts to manipulate or falsify results messages, stressing that such actions constitute a criminal offense. It disclosed that some suspects linked to such activities are already in custody. The board further noted that the examination process is ongoing and results will be continued to be released in batches as they are processed. Security operatives in Benue State have arrested 7 suspects in connection with the recent kidnapping incident in Oturko local government area. The development was confirmed by the police public relations officer, Benue State Command, Mr. Udeme Edit. The incident occurred during when armed men attacked a commercial bus belonging to Benue Links Limited, robbed passengers and abducted several individuals. Police confirmed that 14 persons were taken, with one victim escaping during the attack. Authorities say the arrest followed a coordinated operation involving multiple security agencies, driven by actionable intelligence. The suspects are currently in custody as investigations continue. The police command also stated that a targeted search and rescue operation is ongoing in Amla Forest and surrounding areas, while dismissing claims that the victims were candidates traveling for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME). The federal government says more than 25 of Nigeria's 65 ambassador designates have secured agreements from their respective host countries. This was announced by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kemebi Ebiafan. He noted that approvals are being received steadily as the government moves to fill diplomatic positions that have remained vacant since 2023. A 3-day induction program for the envoys and their spouses is scheduled to begin on April 27th. The ministry explained that any nominee rejected by a host country would be reassigned to another available position, ensuring that no vacancy remained unfilled. Government also warned against the unauthorized use of diplomatic titles, stating that impersonation of ambassadors is a criminal offense and undermines Nigeria's international reputation. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has concluded the second phase of its continuous voter registration exercise, recording 3,748,704 new registrants nationwide. The figures were released by the Commission's Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mrs. Victoria Etamesi. INEC announcing that over 2.2 million registrations were completed through its online pre-registration platform, while about 1.4 million were finalized through physical registration centers. The Commission is now entering the claims and objections phase, aimed at verifying the accuracy of the voter registration ahead of the 2027 general elections. A nationwide display of the register is scheduled from April 29th to May 5th of 2026. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has announced that its newly elected state executives will resume office only after a formal handover ceremony scheduled for May 12, 2026. The directive was issued by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Mr. Bolaji Abdullahi. He clarified that all current officials remain in office until the expiration of their tenure, in line with the party's constitutional provisions. The party warned incoming executives against acting in any official capacity before their inauguration, stating that such actions would constitute a breach of party discipline. The ADC emphasized that adherence to due process is necessary to maintain internal order and ensure a smooth leadership transition. The United Nations Children's Fund, in partnership with the Republic of Korea, has launched a health intervention program targeting zero-dose children in Nigeria. The initiative was flagged off in Badagry, Lagos State. Officials disclosed that Nigeria has estimated 2.2 million children who have not received any routine vaccines, the highest figure in Africa. The program, funded through a $70 million global commitment by South Korea, allocates $5.6 million specifically to Nigeria to strengthen healthcare delivery and improve vaccine access. The intervention will cover 40 local government areas across 6 states and the Federal Capital Territory, focusing on underserved communities and addressing barriers to immunization uptake. A legal dispute has intensified involving the Minister of State for Health and the Medical Director of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu, over alleged disobedience of a court order. The National Industrial Court had earlier nullified the appointment of Dr. Nogu Ngozika and ordered that the reinstatement of Professor Monday Igwe, describing his removal as unlawful. Counsel to the plaintiff, Mr. Michael Okori, has initiated contempt proceedings, warning that continued defiance of the court order could result in imprisonment. Legal experts cautioned that any official actions taken under the disputed leadership may be invalid as the court moves to enforce compliance with its judgment. The Anambra State government has commenced disciplinary proceedings against civil servants over absenteeism and lateness. The exercise follows a surprise inspection by Governor Chukwuma Soludo, which showed widespread absence from duty posts. The Special Disciplinary Committee, chaired by Mrs. Nkiru Nwankwo, is currently interrogating affected workers at the State Secretariat in Awka. She stated that drawing salaries without rendering service constitutes a violation of public service rules and may attract sanctions, including dismissal. The government has warned that routine monitoring will be intensified, urging workers unwilling to meet job expectations to voluntarily disengage from service. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV, your trusted source for timely and authoritative reporting. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The federal government unveils emergency hotlines to combat school bullying. Federal government secures agreement for 25 ambassador designates. Coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, United States commences deportation of third country migrants to DR Congo under new agreements. And on the business news, FCCPC refutes claims of ban on airtime and data advanced services.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
The first batch of third country migrants deported from the United States has arrived in Kinshasa, marking a significant development in a new bilateral migration arrangement. The flight, which departed from Louisiana, conveyed about 15 individuals from Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, representing the first formal transfer of non-Congolese deportees to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The development follows recent diplomatic engagements between Washington and Kinshasa, including cooperation and regional stability and critical mineral resources. Although authorities in the Congolese government have yet to issue a comprehensive statement, the arrangement is seen as part of broader geopolitical negotiations. On arrival, the migrants were granted temporary entry permits with the option to seek asylum under local and international protection frameworks. However, reports indicate that they were also briefed on prevailing security challenges within parts of the country. Legal representatives from some of the deportees disclosed that the number transferred was lower than initially planned, following last-minute rulings by U.S. federal courts that halted several deportations on procedural grounds. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, has announced that over a dozen countries are prepared to contribute military assets for a proposed multinational mission in the Straits of Hormuz. The disclosure followed a high-level security summit held in Paris. The meeting, co-chaired by Britain and France, brought together representatives from 49 nations to deliberate on restoring freedom of navigation in the region amid escalating tensions affecting global shipping routes. Standing alongside leaders from Germany and Italy, Prime Minister Stammer emphasized that safeguarding maritime trade corridors remains a shared international responsibility. A follow-up military planning conference is scheduled to take place in London, where participating countries are expected to finalize operational details and deployment strategies for the mission. The government of India has formally withdrawn its bid to host the 2028 United Nations Climate Conference, COP33. The announcement was made by the Ministry of External Affairs during an official media briefing. According to the ministry's spokesperson, Rande Jiswal, the decision was influenced by a range of internal and logistical considerations, though he reaffirmed India's commitment to global climate action. The proposal to host the summit had earlier been championed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as part of efforts to strengthen dialogue between developed and developing nations on climate change. Despite stepping back from hosting responsibilities, India maintains its engagement in international environmental initiatives and continues to support multilateral efforts aimed at addressing global warming. On the business news, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has dismissed reports alleging a ban on airtime borrowing and data advance services. The Commission described the claims as false and misleading. In an official statement, the agency clarified that no directive has been issued to restrict access to these telecommunications services, which remain operational nationwide. The Commission, however, acknowledged rising consumer complaints relating to hidden charges, unexplained deductions, and aggressive debt recovery practices by service providers. To address these concerns, the FCCPC highlighted the implementation of the DEON consumer leading regulations introduced in July 2025. Aimed at ensuring transparency, accountability, and consumer protection within the digital leading space. The Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced the Nigerian overnight financial rate as a new benchmark for short-term interest rates in the financial markets. The initiative was developed in collaboration with the Financial Markets Dealers Association. The benchmark provides a standardized measure for the cost of overnight secured lending based on actual market transactions, thereby improving transparency and credibility in financial pricing. The Apex Bank clarified that the new rate does not replace the monetary policy rate, but serves as a reference for pricing financial instruments and managing interbank risk. Analysts note that the daily republication of the rate is expected to enhance investor confidence and align Nigeria's financial system with global standards. The airline operators of Nigeria have suspended their planned nationwide shutdown of flight operations following intervention by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo. The decision, described as conditional, comes amid concerns over the sharp increase in aviation fuel prices, with Jet A1 rising significantly in recent months. The operator stated that the suspension is temporal, pending the outcome of an emergency stakeholders meeting scheduled in Abuja to address industry challenges. Minister Keyamo urged airlines to avoid arbitrary fare increases, emphasizing the strategic importance of the aviation sector to national economic stability and security. Now on the sports news, Nigerian international and Werder Bremen defender Felix Agu is a doubt for the upcoming Bundesliga North derby against Hamburg SV due to injury concerns. The club confirmed that the player is currently sidelined with a muscle issue, adding to a season disrupted by recurring fitness challenges. The fixture, scheduled to take place at the Weser Stadium, marks a significant counter in one of Germany's most historic football rivalries. On the entertainment news, renewed Nollywood actress Omotala Jalade Ekinide has shared details of her recovery following a recent medical procedure. The actress disclosed her experience through social media, reflecting on a period marked by both professional achievement and personal health challenges. She revealed that the health episode followed the premiere of her directorial project, A Mother's Love, which is currently showing in cinemas. Omotala expressed gratitude for her recovery and reaffirmed her commitment to advancing professional standards within the Nigerian film industry. Before we go, a quick recap of our top stories. The federal government has launched a dedicated emergency reporting channels to address the growing incidents of bullying in schools across the country. Unveiled by officials of the Federal Ministry of Education during a stakeholders' engagement in Abuja. The initiative provides direct access for students, parents, and school authorities to report cases of abuse. In the area of foreign affairs, the federal government has confirmed that over 25 ambassador designates have secured agreements from their respective host countries. According to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Keimebi Ebiefang, the approval marks a significant step towards filling diplomatic vacancies. On the foreign scene, the United States government has commenced the deportation of third country migrants to the Democratic Republic of Congo under a new bilateral arrangement. The policy forms part of broader migration control efforts by the U.S. authorities and is expected to impact migrants without legal residency status. In the business sector, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has refuted reports suggesting a ban on airtime and data advance services in Nigeria. The Commission clarified that no such directive has been issued, reaffirming its commitment to consumer protection and market regulation. That concludes the news on Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally. And when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
A warm welcome to you and many thanks for joining us on the Week in Retrospect right here on Aneke TV. I still remain your host Uche Osai.
And I'm your co-host, Good Hope Chukuma. Welcome to the Week in Retrospect.
Yes, we are so excited to be with you this weekend one more time. It's Saturday and it's a relaxing weekend. What a way to relax than joining the Week in Retrospect, where we bring you into perspective from politics to business, lifestyle and entertainment. Anything that is worthy of the news, here is where we bring it back to you in retrospect.
Exactly, it's your weekend digest, so you hang out and take a look at what we have throughout the week in the news, and it is how it will be coming to your way.
Yes, we'll bring to you the perspectives that matter, analysis and the debate, that challenge opinion. You get it nowhere else, but only on the Week in Retrospect.
So, today we have a celebration that we're having. That's the World Heritage Day. We're celebrating the World Heritage Day on April 18th of every year. And talking about the World Heritage Day, we're talking about an international day for monuments and sites. It is observed every year, which has spanned over 100 years now, and it's a global reminder on the importance of preserving humanity's cultural and natural legacy, a vision promoted by the International Council on Monuments and Sites and endorsed by UNESCO, bringing together nations, communities and individuals to reflect on the value of historic sites, traditions and identities that define who we are. Across the world, the celebration carries deep lessons. It teaches that heritage is not just about monuments like the Great Wall of China or the pyramids of Giza, but also about the shared stories, beliefs, and environments that bind people together. It reminds us that preservation is a collective responsibility requiring conscious efforts in the face of threats like modernization, conflict, and climate change. It highlights the importance of cultural diversity, showing that every society, whether through global remarks or landmarks or local treasures like the Oshun-Oshobo Sacred Grove, contributes uniquely to the richness of human civilization. And ultimately, it reinforces the idea that protecting heritage today is an investment in tomorrow, ensuring that future generations inherit not just structures and landscapes, but identity, knowledge, and a sense of belonging. So today is World Heritage Day, and we are talking about the monuments and the sites of expedition. I mean, where people go to see what a country or a city or a locality has. You know, things that makes them who they are, the culture, the varieties of their performance. I mean, from the time they were created, just talking about that. I'm remembering Ezeago waterfall, all those things that makes the location unique, things that makes a nation unique. And we're also talking about Obudu Cattle Ranch and the rest of them, where you can go around in Nigeria, the Obunike Cave, where you can go around and have a good feel of nature. And you know that when we're talking about heritage, we're talking about nature. We're not talking about something that was we're talking about something that has spanned over the years, something that was a behemoth of achievement from men. And it is one of the things we are celebrating today. We are celebrating it, and we're encouraging that you find your tune and find what makes you unique. And that is also good for celebration.
Yes, it's quite important that to have a day like this where we will give the importance that is needed and accorded to preserving cultural and natural legacies as well. And equally, this reminds us of the need to continue to preserve, archaeological finds. Remember the Buku culture, all these are the North culture as well, as we continue to preserve these findings as well, to promote, the cultural antecedents that have seen us to where we are. Culture continues to evolve and continue to grow, and as long as man is on earth, we will continue to speak to culture. So in all, is a very important celebration today. And on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll bring you into perspective on the newspaper headlines today.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. So let's take a look at today's newspaper headlines across the nation. We're talking about Punch, Vanguard, Weekend Trust, Saturday Sun, and the Daily Trust, of course, the newspapers. And we're starting today with the first of the papers which we have, and that is the Nation headline, which says ADC ticket Kwankwasia Amechi, others hit Atiku over superiority claims. Kwankwasia Amechi, others hit Atiku over superiority claims. And on the Weekend Trust, we have APC governorship tickets, imposition or consensus. Now on the Saturday Sun, we have IGP under fire over 60-month take-off proposal. Now we have in the Saturday Punch, families beg as kidnappers go silent. Families beg as kidnappers go silent. And then on the Guardian, we have why Nigeria rejects fresh IMF bailout. Why Nigeria rejects fresh IMF bailout. And on the Saturday Vanguard, we have Nigerians furious. Nigerians furious. And it says, we oppose this serving Major General. This is a big mistake. This is the comment from the Nigerians and the generality of Nigerians. Then we start today with the Saturday Sun. And Saturday Sun, which said, IGP under fire over 60-month takeoff proposal. IGP under fire over 60 months take-up proposal. Ethnic nationalities, Northern Coalition, Afenifere Igbo groups, MBF, others reject plan. Coalition urges Tinubu to fast-track process with executive order.
All right, we're looking at the Daily Sun newspaper and seeing this headline where on the Daily Sun, State Police, IGP under fire over 60 months take-off proposal. And, is now when we talk about the issue of state police, you know, it's been on the front burner given the rise of insecurity that this nation has witnessed. And we are speaking to a nation where people have been mowed down, you know, state by state. Look at what is happening in the Plateau, the number of people that were killed. Look at the bombings at the, you know, teaching hospital in Maiduguri, right? And then the bombing at the Monday market. Moving away from that, on Easter, during the festivities, people were given a death package as a wedding present. And you're speaking to a nation where people no longer go to bed, you know, with their eyes closed. When we talk about the issue around state police, it gives credence that we are losing more soldiers in Nigeria, you know, telling you that the insurgents that terrorize our nation are becoming more emboldened. And you are talking about a population that has, you know, grown tremendously. Currently, Nigerian population is estimated to be above 250 million. And what is the number of our policemen? So, when we hear about state police, we are speaking to a nation that is under-policed, a nation that is overwhelmed by security challenges. And what is one of the ways, you know, practical ways to mitigate the challenges, the criminality that we are witnessing in this nation, is that we need to, in one way or the other, increase the police workforce, increase the military might, not just in kinetic approach, but the number of our men. We need to recruit more men, and in recruiting more men, it has to be more effective. And opinion molders, intelligent men who has been, you know, studying the decay in the system, now come up with the suggestion that we need to revert to state police. And in reverting to state police is simply telling you that we need to begin to be able to police our territory. Look at a population of over 250 million persons, and you have a minimal number of policemen. In fact, when you divide the number of policemen, speaking about the federal police, against the population, you will see a single policeman, you know, policing over 300 persons. How possible is that? On that note, you continue to have a serious rise in criminality. You begin to have a consistent rise in insecurity challenges, giving reason why over time people have called for the issue of state police, and the socio-cultural organizations that we have in Nigeria nonetheless spearheaded this call. Yes, I remember quite well the Ohaneze Ndigbo. I remember quite well the Afanifere, the Arewa Consultative Forum, the Middle Belt Forum were at the vanguard, you know, in calling for state police in Nigeria. And in calling for state police, they have done the right thing, because these are the terrorized people in Nigeria, and successive governments had shied away from the issue around state police. And in this time around, we encouraged that we had President in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who had given, you know, rhetorics, spoken openly in support of state police. He has over time, you know, called the subnationals and the National Assembly that the needful need to be seen to be done to, you know, to increase actions around, you know, passing legislation to bring about state police. And having said that, one was expecting that in the life of this administration, that we'll see the urgency with which the Electoral Act, the electoral reforms were passed, that the same gusto, the same speed will be given to issues around state police. Though there are information that the former IG of police was sent home simply because he did not buy into state police, and the president now have a new IG on IGP Dotun. Now he has mandated him to spearhead a commission and bring out recommendation on the implementation and formation and implementation of state police. Now the report is here, and I tell you, not just the pan-socio-cultural organization that are critiquing his time frame, but every woman in Nigeria should come out and critique this very position, because we feel that one of the ways we should be able to stem insecurity in the Middle Belt is to look at state police. And now, when the IGP of police has come out to propose a 60-month take-off proposal. What does 60 months mean? In 60 months, you are talking about how many years
5
here?
years.
In the life of this administration, meaning that we will see state police come about. Are we politicking with state police? These are the questions that needs to be answered. If Mr. President is keen on state police happening under his watch, I believe that he should be one to send back the IGP of police to go and do, a restudy and come about, proper means of seeing and bringing about state police. And when we are talking about the report from the IGP, we have not looked at the process, the legislative process that you do take, because you need at least 24 states house of assemblies to be able to navigate and pass the bill that will bring about state police. Then, having said that, there are other issues, to look at this very issue. But one thing remains pertinent, that the issue of state police is long overdue in Nigeria.
Yes. If you say it's long overdue, I will actually agree, because the issue of state police started before the issue of electoral reforms. Basically, looking at how they have been swift attendance to that, to the electoral reforms. I mean, for 2026 Electoral Act and all the things that surround it. I'm trying to understand why it is taking federal government and it's taking Inspector General of Police, why it will take him 5 years in his system to bring this to pass. Now, I really commend that there are backlash, not just from a side of the nation, but from we could say now the nations are we are coming together as a nation to speak out on something that we term that is not working. Because if you say that we are going to have state police and it's going to be in a 60 months time, that's in 5 years time, when I mean this 60 months is when it will start to, when it start to go into application and other states, it is going to bring about many other issues, because state policing seems to be the best way to counter terrorism and insurgency. Like I said earlier, people who are terrorists, people who are the insurgents, people who are the bandits are living among the among their people. They are in their community. They have a wife, they have wives, they have children, they have homes, and it could be the work they are doing. And that is actually what I think we are having right now. That we should do. So state policing is, having it in 60 months may not be the best, and it is not something I see feasible. I like how Afeni Fere, Arewa, and Johannes Ndibo, everyone is coming together to talk about this. One
thing, let me first of all point out the fact that the clamor for state police predates this administration. But for the first time, we are seeing in this administration a sort of willingness, to continue to encourage the conversation around state police, that the Mr. President over time has spoken publicly was seen to be in favor of state police. And my concern is that if the IGP has the mandate of Mr. President to come out with, a process, recommendation that will speed up the implementation of state police, and he's coming to give a 60-month directive, I feel for one is either we're not being told the truth or we're being fed with half-truths. Having said that, let's go back to history. When we talk about state police, no one should forget that state police has been operational in Nigeria, even though the word is not state police. It was called native authority until the military incursion in Nigerian politics around 1966, with the 1966 coup, where later there was a creation of about 12 states that accumulated into 36 states with the FCT today. Upon the creation of the state, they abolished, the native police, and then brought everything under the federal police that we have today. So the state police has been in operation, if you study history. And what do we have then? It was quite effective. It was commendable that we didn't have the level of criminality that we are having today. However, some may argue that yes, that things has advanced beyond the era of native police. But the point I'm trying to make is that if it did work, it can work now also, especially if we give it the needed legal framework backing up to work. So I feel for one that when this IGP proposes a 60-month period, that somehow he is not in support of the state police. They are not in support of giving the right framework that would lead to a coexistence of a state police and the federal police. However, I am inundated with the fact that the Middle Belt Forum has created a committee, with their southern part friends of retired IGPs of police, retired military officers, retired security personnel, where they are looking at state police and would come out with recommendation. And I suppose even the Arewa Consultative Forum, the other social organizations in Nigeria would equally go into a feasibility study on how we can come about the state police. Let me tell you one thing. Nigeria is a threatened space. We have a lot of ungoverned space. And what is one of the means that we will see that when we recover the ungoverned space, that we are able to see that this level of criminality does not in any way will be recreated, is to be able to police this environment. So issues around state police cannot be overemphasized. When you want to advance 60 months, what will you say to the family of the people that were kidnapped, en route to go and ride jump in Benue yesterday? What will you tell to other people who have been in kidnappers then, that you cannot implement state police for what? For how long? Good hope. When you travel around this nation, you see police checkpoints and roadblocks everywhere. Yes. Is that even enough? If part of the process is for us to man every unmanned space, to not yield any inch or kilometer to criminals, the insurgents or kidnappers, by whatever means they are called, then we need to expedite action. And I anchor on the fact that I expected that issues around state police will be expedited, will be given the same gusto and speed with which the Electoral Act was passed.
Yes. All right, we go over to the Vanguard headline, which says reintegration of repentant terrorists, Nigerians furious. Reintegration of repentant terrorists, Nigerians are furious. This is a reflection of the widespread public outrage in Nigeria over government efforts to reintegrate former terrorists who have surrendered. Many citizens argue that prioritizing rehabilitation of ex-fighters, including those linked to groups like Boko Haram, overlooks the suffering of victims and affected communities. Critics insist that justice, compensation and support for victims should come first, highlighting deep concerns about fairness, accountability and long-term security. This is a concern that is being raised because just yesterday, federal government announced about 700 repentant terrorists. Now, my questions are many, but I will start with one. There are some of the, from the news, there are some of the terrorists who are not Nigerians. Some are Cameroonians, while some are from Niger, some are from the borders of the Sahel region. Now, bringing them back and bringing them into saying that they have been radicalized, is it not how does that? That's the question I always ask. Where do we leave terrorists? I'm not talking about people who are who are alleged criminals. I mean confirmed terrorists. Where do and why, when are they brought back into the system, into the society, without them making a choice that this is what they are going to do? I mean, if someone, just the other day, some of these terrorists were tried in I think that was Easter Tuesday. Some of these terrorists were tried. About 500 of them were sent to prison. We are also having about 744 or more than that of them who have been reintegrated into the society. First of all, neglecting the victims, people who have lost their life at the process of this. Is it not a thing to be worried about, that we are looking at the good while we are leaving the pails? We are throwing the pails to the dogs. I'm not saying they are dogs, of course. They are human beings, and they are, anything can be of them. They can be good, they can be awesome. But what I'm saying is that bringing reintegrating them and neglecting the major thing. How many of these people who have faced terrorism, how many of them from the Borno and from the Benue, like we're having now, we're having a lot coming out from Benue, how many of those families have been taken care of? Then, looking at the stats, you see that most of these people, about 500 of them, are from Borno. To tell you how the state is dense, how dense it is with this particular issue. And I'm asking that question again. What has been done to the victims of these insurgent attacks while we are reintegrating them? Some are asking, is this not going to be a ploy for them to come back and to have an intel to from the government to know what's happening? How they are reintegrated? Are they going to serve in their military? That's the question. Are they going to be part of our military, or are they going to serve in restaurants? Are they going to where are they going to work? What are we doing? Because this is the question. Because if we're going to reintegrate them back to the military, why are we bringing them back to the military? Are they trained? That is just the question.
All right. In this instance, I do not think that they are being reintegrated into the military. And speaking to the issue, your concerns are quite germane, because this is a nation that is still, combating and confronting insurgency, terrorism in Nigeria, especially, in the northeast. And looking at the situation, the fanfare that has this reintegration of supposed repentant terrorists, this started from the era of late President Muhammadu Buhari, where we were seeing Ashebi of Babariga being sold for them. And then rice were cooked, party was thrown, and the people were pampered, and were said these are repentant Boko Haram, and they are going to be reintegrated into the army. That was when this issue about reintegration into the army started. But the military over time had come out to debunk that these repentant Boko Haram were reintegrated into the military. Having said that, we are seeing again this reintegration into the society of this supposed repentant Boko Haram. The question here is, yes, reintegration is allowed. According to the world international standards on welfare, you can reintegrate a former combatant, one who has, raised arm against the nation. If such a person surrenders, is repentant. We've done that with the amnesty, granted to the fighters, the Southern Nigerian fighters. The group led by then, what's his name? The militants who granted them amnesty, Niger Delta militants who granted them amnesty. They took amnesty and the crisis was handled. But in this instance, we do not know that there is a case of an amnesty that's been thrown up. In fact, I was expecting that with the coming of this administration, that they will have given a window for these insurgents to come out from the bush, lot of amnesty, upon which after the expiration of that period, we will see an unceasing kinetic onslaught against those that remained in the bush. It never happened. But seeing that this was said to be repentant, we hope that they are indeed repentant. And then, if they are repentant, before integrating them into the society, there's one very important factor here. Have you kept them aside, re-evaluated them, and made them to, be able to give them a new orientation, a new psychological orientation, to be able to, imbibe and see themselves as civilians, and be able to navigate and, socialize and fit in as ordinary civilians? Because you are speaking about combatants here, men who have raised arms against this nation. And like you rightly pointed out, are we sure that they are not coming in as espionage, under the guise of espionage, to gather intel from within? These are the questions, because there are some foreign nationals that are seen amongst them. Yes, over time we know for a fact that these insurgents are not just Nigerians. There are a lot of them who have come in from the Sahel, and it is surprising when Cameroon was mentioned to tell you the length this issue of insurgency has spread. That is most likely that the terrorism that we are witnessing in Nigeria, the banditry that we call it, the kidnappings by the supposed herdsmen, may be sponsored by international affiliations. It may be sponsored, if investigated very well, by international interest. So these are areas that over time we will cry out that the government needs to, take time, research, gather intel, and find out where the sponsorship of this level and magnitude of insurgency that we are witnessing in Nigeria is coming from. Remember that the former chief of defense staff did say that when these guys are arrested, they see them with wads of foreign currency. Where do they get the wads of foreign notes that they get? It means that obviously they are being paid in foreign currency. They are not being paid in naira. That's why they have access to foreign currency. And given what the Nigerian economy is, it becomes more enticing. But let's get back to the issue here. Now that we are reintegrating these ones in the society, now that we want to reintegrate them, perhaps give them more skills to equip them to be able to, take care of themselves, what have we done, like you rightly pointed out? What have we done for our combatants? Speaking to soldiers who are suffering one form of disorder or ailment as a result of what they witnessed from the battlefront. There are amputees, coming out from the fight against insurgency. There are those, as we speak, who have lost one limb or the other as a result of this. There are families who have lost a dear one to the fight in Nigeria against terrorism, banditry, and insurgency. How are we rehabilitating them? How are we taking care of their family? Having said that, it's important that as a nation, we need to come out with a clear roadmap on what we are doing. This scattercatter form of approach to solving this issue will not all go well with us. I keep speaking to having a roadmap. When you listen to foreign governments, speaking to, for example, the war in Iran between the US and Israeli allied against Iran, there was a clear roadmap. They gave a roadmap on when this operation will start. There was a roadmap on when it will stop. This is how you confront a security challenge. What is our roadmap? We'll continue to confront the challenge, reintegrate, and continue to engage without any time frame. And then that points to the fact, because I've seen the kind of ashebi that was sown for these supposed repentant terrorists that will be reintegrated into the society. You look at their white, the ashebi and the cap with fanfare, and the rice that will follow it, the jollof, of course, Nigerian jollof, that will follow the celebration and all that. While watching that, one thing comes to my mind, that there must be people who are making this nation from this insurgency that is happening in Nigeria. There are people who are making profit from this insecurity in Nigeria. And if people are making money, if people are cashing out from the insecurity in Nigeria, then we may not be seeing the end. In fact, there are a whole lot of issues that needs to be interrogated. But for one, the government needs to make sure, when they tell us that these are repentant terrorists, then they better be repentant terrorists. Hence, we will witness another level of insecurity when we have wet blankets amongst us. When they will just mingle in, get more intel, penetrate the society more, know how to navigate, and it becomes more worrisome even when security reports are telling us about threats around the FCT and Niger State. It's quite worrisome, but we need to be careful, and we need to know that we are working according to plan and know what we are doing. There has to be a coordinated effort.
All right, you're still watching the retrospect, the weekend in retrospect, and we've been giving you clear updates on the newspaper headlines. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with more of the updates. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life. your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Now we take a look at the major headlines across the week from Monday to Friday. We are looking at the Daily Trust, where we have NAF jet kills over 200 civilians. And in the Guardian, we have Nigeria faces fiscal inflation strain as market bets on $100 plus oil rally. Now in the Daily Sun, we have ADC takes survival fight to Supreme Court. ADC takes survival fight to Supreme Court. Now on the Vanguard, we have debt pressure mounts. Federal government borrows 8.1 trillion naira in 2026. Now on the Punch, we have military defense Borno strike as death toll rises. Now on the Nation, we have bombs rained on fleeing terrorists, many killed at notorious market.
All right, let's start with the Nation newspaper. Bombs rain on fleeing terrorists, many killed at notorious market. And speaking to the Jeli market, you know, that's been said to be a hub of terrorists. And it's quite commendable if our military are able to go over the fleeing terrorists and are able to decimate it. You know, we cannot overemphasize the fact that we need to decimate these terrorists in Nigeria. We've been losing men. We're not just losing civilians. Or we're not talking about those who are kidnapped. We are talking about losing combatants from the front line. So it's heartwarming to see that our military are able to go after them. Why I'm not happy, or one thing I'm not happy about, is that this onslaught is not continuous. They are not sustaining the momentum. You need to sustain this heavy momentum for these daredevil terrorists to give in. The Nigerian nation seem to not be so serious about prosecuting, you know, this war on insurgents. I am, for a fact, hoping that this onslaught will continue, you know, unabated. I want to see more fighter jets being scrambled on the minute until we decimate every inch of these criminals. And then moving on to the military defending the strike. Yes, you know, the military have come under a lot of threat, a lot of accusation, especially when you go through the headline on the Punch, Punch newspaper, where we are told the military defense bonus strike as their toll rises, and the newspaper on Monday on the front of Daily Trust, where it says that NAFJET kills over 200 civilians. Yes. In the course of the week, the nation woke up on Monday to these news stories. The fact remains that Jelil Market was bombed, which was described as a hub of these terrorists, a conclave of terrorists. Then, we are being, you know, people are shouting that civilians were bombed, leaving one pertinent question. The government of Borno, the governor, said that this market had been closed for 5 years.
Yes.
And people know that this is a hub of criminals, a hub of terrorists. Then you go there for what? For business? That means you're a logistic facilitator for the insurgents. And yes, until I see a clear-cut evidence that the people that were so decimated were not insurgents, then I may be unsympathetic. But that does not mean to say that we will exonerate the military if they engage, you know, outside the rules of engagement. However, let the military not be deterred, because over time, when we see, you know, this level of insurgency in Nigeria and the military reacts, we will hear that they are killing civilians over time, you know, leading the military to be so cautious with their strikes, with their actions. But I challenge us as a people, if we do not, you know, continue this level of onslaught, there will be casualties anyways. There are casualties. There is collateral damage. in war, and this is war. Nigerian nation is at war. Until we realize that we are at war, then we will continue to handle this insurgency with kid glove. So I expect, like I did say, that the military should continue to increase the onslaught. I am only, not as excited as I should be with the military strikes, for the fact that I know what necessitated this strike this time around, because the military are so angry to losing one of its finest generals. Yes, and they've lost a colonel. So these are the things that has moved the military into this strike. What was holding them back from striking, striking these hideouts all this while? So one should expect that we'll see more of these strikes going forward.
Now on Tuesday on the Punch, we have Tinubu moves against terrorists after fresh military casualties. Now we have on the Guardian, insecurity. Federal government under pressure over fresh attacks on troops, airstrike fallout. Now on the Vanguard, we have Middle East war, how federal government is responding to economic shock. Now on the Daily Sun, we have outrage over murder of colonel, 6 soldiers in fresh terrorist raid. Now in the Daily Trust, we have against odds, ADC holds convention. Yes, against odds, ADC holds convention.
Yeah, I think on Tuesday, this was what dominated the headline.
Yes.
The ADC,
yes.
It was quite courageous of them. And I think in all, they were trying to build, the inec timeline, irrespective of what the pronouncement of the court will be. So kudos to them for having gone ahead to hold that convention is a way to go. And in that convention, we did see that despite all odds, they were able to navigate the challenges thrown upon them. Remember that the venue that was chosen for this convention, at the last minute, at the 11th hour, the owner of this venue, checking out of pressure not to allow them use the facility. But they said they've entered into a legal contract that is binding for them to use the facility. They've already made payments, and we saw the resilience in this opposition coalition in going ahead to hold the convention. Having said that, do remember that there was in the public domain as well evidence that they applied to the FCT minister for the use of the National Eagle Square for their convention, but were denied, or nothing was said out of it. It begins to give you jitters that is an undemocratic acceptable practices in Nigeria, where a party in leadership throws hurdles at the opposition for them not to be able to navigate the Electoral Act and are able to carry out their recognized legal activity is worrisome. And this being a trajectory in our democracy, the PDP that was then at the helm of affairs had other subtle ways that they threw roadblock at the opposition. And why I'm not even as excited, why I am angry, is the fact that the ruling government of APC that went through the hurdles is now the same government that is putting the roadblock for the opposition. I was thinking that being a government that came out from the opposition should be able to strengthen democracy, should be able to strengthen party politics, irrespective of ideologies, that the nation will have an atmosphere that will be enabling for democracy to thrive, for the political parties, irrespective of opposition, to thrive. Remember the picture where the then legislators were climbing the gates of the National Assembly to have access to the National Assembly. There were times when they were denied venues as well. So one was thinking that being in government, they will be able to correct such anomalies. But we are seeing, accusation, denials, and counter-accusation. But after all said and done, democracy will be democracy, will be upheld, and we've seen this opposition gone ahead to hold their convention while they wait for the court's pronouncement.
All right, we go over to Wednesday, where we have ADC expels Nafiu Bala. Abejide unveils next move. Now on the Punch, we have Mark Atiku Arebeshola tackles Tinubu on hardship, insecurity. Now on the Daily Sun, we have insecurity. Akpabio fingers opposition. Now on the Nation, we have NRS raised tax revenue from 711 billion naira to 3.6 trillion naira in 2 years. Now on the Guardian, we have ADC on brink of 2027 exclusion as court battles deadline draw near.
All right. This same story is all about ADC. You know, the ADC, the coalition political party, did dominate the headline throughout this week. And we've seen that all through. They've had a successful convention. But beyond the convention, the question is still remains the legality of that convention. Yes. You know, that's still the question legal luminaries are raising. And is only the courts that would answer that question. Yes. You know, when the court has given an order for status quo antebellum to be maintained, leading to several interpretation, Aneke has given it its own interpretation. The David Mark Aremeshola leadership of the ADC has given it their own interpretation, and you have another faction of Nafiu Bala Gombe, you know, and Abejide giving their own interpretation, and you see a Kachuku fashion, you know, giving their own interpretation. So we've had a situation where a pronouncement of court leaves everybody in confusion, which is one of another issues that needs to be probed. The role of the judiciary in our democracy needs to be, you know, re-examined properly. And when I see situations like this, I remember the times of Rotimi Williams. I remember the times of Karibi White. I remember the times of Justice Chukwudifo Puta. You know, courageous jurisprudents who would stand and stood against the military, gave clear judgments, clear rulings, unambiguous rulings, that you don't need a dictionary to interpret the rulings of the Supreme Court, of the courts in Nigeria. But over time, we are now in a situation where even when you go to the Oxford dictionary or the best of the English dictionaries, or you call an Englishman to interpret our judicial pronouncement, it leads you to multiple reinterpretation of the English words so used, leading to the confusion that we are witnessing today. And the ADC, despite the fact they've navigated and gone ahead to hold their convention, may equally be battling with time to be able to scale, you know, the inec timetable and be on the ballot come 2027. It still remains to be seen if this convention will be recognized, and then in that convention they went ahead and expelled Nafiu Bala and Abajide as well, which is expected of any political party. Even the ruling party, remember, did during its own problem in Delta State, they went ahead and expelled such individual. No party would welcome anyone that would want to drag them against the regulator's timeline. However, the plea is that our leaders, our politicians, should make sure that none of their actions in any way, you know, endangers this democracy that was won with tears and blood. Yes. Men sacrificed a lot for us to be enjoying this democracy, and we need to check our action such that we do not in any way jeopardize this democracy, because generation unborn would not forget and forgive us for that.
All right, and don't forget to share your thoughts using @retrospect, and you are going to see it across our Aneke TV, all social media platforms. I'm talking about all social media platforms, and you are going to see it there. You're going to see it on Facebook, and you're going to see it on YouTube. Make sure you go there and share your thoughts and tell us what you think about the analysis, about the things which we have been looking at from the papers.
All right. Thank you very much, as we sign off, for spending your Saturday with us. It's always a pleasure having you be with us on Saturday mornings on the week in retrospect. And as we sign off, we'll continue to say thank you until we come your way same time next week. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week.
from decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, It is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. There are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth. But what happens when the funding that sustains life-saving healthcare is suddenly reduced? On this program, we break down pressing issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, better, and longer. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
This funding cut, I think it came last year, beginning of last year,
Okay.
and then this has been, we have been managing it, seeing a way to say, okay, this is how, let's remove this, let's remove that. So things that we have seen that are important, we are now saying, let's remove this, let's remove that. So it is affecting, the kind of care that people are getting when they go to the facility.
Okay. But with the look of things, a lot of rural communities don't really get care. So do you think that rural communities are at bigger disadvantage at this period? Yes,
rural communities are bigger disadvantage because for them, for the people that are in the rural communities that maybe access care, they have to come to the facilities that are maybe in town for them to get this care. And then when this happens, they are looking at the recent economic realities. They are doing more transport than they have done before. And then maybe if someone is hungry, how can you tell them to come and take medication and be taking every day? Is it food? It is not. So when this happens, people are, they will find a way to maybe say, maybe I don't really need this medication. Let me find something and eat first. So not just is the funding cut going to affect them, but also the recent economic realities are going to affect them in very, very serious ways. And then when they come to the facility, maybe they come and then they go, and then you come, they will tell you, oh, the person that is supposed to attend to you didn't come today, and then they have to leave and then come back again. So these are the people that we are finding every means possible to ensure that they take their medication. And when they come, you don't attend to them. You tell them, oh, the test you're supposed to run is not available now. Can you come tomorrow? Can you come next week? The person will just look in the face and say, I don't even know what you people are serious. You're begging me to take medication, and then I'm coming now, you're telling me. But I think the issue is also about ownership. So the community should own, ownership to every means of intervention that comes their way, right? Because when you are part of a process, you know the things that are involved in that particular process. You know the sweat, you know the planning, you know the efforts that are put into. So when someone asks you, oh, come and take this, you know that this is not a gift. This is just someone doing you a favor. So that is also another way to look at it.
Yeah, so, okay, now, when we look at it, it doesn't only affect patients, but other people.
Yes.
What about vulnerable groups like pregnant women or young people, and how do it affect them?
Yeah, for pregnant women, what happens, pregnant women, they normally run tests for them and all that. So all the services are going to reduce. When we are even talking about vulnerable people, we should also be looking at the key population. So the key population are type 5 typologies. So we have the MSM, that is the men who have sex with men. We have the FSW, the female sex workers. We have the PWI, the people who inject drugs. We have the TG, that is the transgender women. We have the inmates, that is the prison inmate, people that are incarcerated individuals. So these are the people that this is actually going to affect more. Because number one is that they are already marginalized in the society. And then when it comes in the aspect of health, they are double marginalized. And then things like this OSS model, mobile testing, moonlight testing, support group section, all these were designed specifically for this particular group of individuals, because they see that these individuals, they need this more. They need something that is a community activity. They need a place to come and feel comfortable. They need to share experiences with people that they know. They need human rights support in the aspect that, oh, a policeman has arrested me because I'm a gay man. Oh, I have a lawyer that knows I'm a gay man, and then he can come there and support me. I'm a female sex worker, or I'm a sex worker. I know a lawyer that knows I'm a sex worker, so he's going to come here and offer free services to me and make sure and ensure that I am set free and to protect my rights. Right? So all these things are no longer happening. So the marginalized group are not just facing marginalization in the society like they normally do. They are also facing marginalization in the healthcare facilities. So in places where they are already comfortable going, right? And then, I'm comfortable going here. Everybody that works here are also, they know that I'm a gay man. Probably some are also gay man and all that. And then you are being transferred from that particular facility to another facility that is not KP friendly. When that happens, people will say, I don't think I'm going to get here to get my medication, or whatever is going to happen, let it happen. Once there is a break in that taking of medication, it is going to affect the person, and it's going to affect the people that he's having sex with, the people that he shares sharp objects with and do other things with. So it's a whole lot of things.
Now, with what you've said, I'm trying to say that when all this happens, it affects them psychologically also. So looking at the bigger picture, does this lead to an increase in new HIV infections?
Yes, obviously. Although testing may not have started, but obviously if people are not tested, if people are not educated, if people are not giving preventive measures like condoms and lubricants, if people that are positive have stopped taking their medication, there is obviously going to be an increase in new infections.
And a lot of people, though they know that they are HIV positive, due to this reducing funding, they tend to, okay, let me give it to another person since I'm not being cared for. That aspect.
There are people that also have that kind of mindset, right? There are people that know, oh, I'm HIV positive, I am not taking my medication regularly, and the impact of this is that I can still give this virus to another person. And they will end up having, sex unprotected with another person. So it's a system, and we are trying to see a way to break down this system.
Okay. Now with this funding reduced, especially in Nigeria, are we at risk of losing the progress Nigeria has made over the years?
Yes, like I've said before, we are very, very much at risk. That is one of the effects. Because if we are working at 95 by a particular year, and then we are not able to continue to test, then that means we are not getting the people that are actually positive, right? We are not addressing the issues of new infection. We are not addressing the issues of people that may need care, and then they are not also linked to care. So when people are not tested, when people that are HIV positive are not given, you know, the care they need, what it shows is that they will keep on living their life as if nothing has happened. And one thing with HIV is that it can be in your body for years. Maybe once it gives you that acute infection, that's a sign that it gives you maybe after 3 months, normal, not something very serious. So maybe severe headache, coughing, and malaria, you can just go and then go to the chemist, get some medication and take it to disappear. But the infection is still is already in your body. It can stay there for years. You know, before you can even have another acute, maybe acute illness, it may have even stayed maybe for years. I wouldn't just like to call any particular because I'm not a health professional. So let's not be like I'm giving the wrong information. But it stays in your body for a long period of time, and then without you know, manifesting or doing anything.
So you talked about previously. You talked about the medication that one can take to prevent spreading this disease. Yes. So does he have a period of time that the medication doesn't work or isn't stable again?
Okay, is it the preventive medication?
Yes.
Yeah, so people that are taking the medication are advised to take the medication for a period of maybe 2 weeks. So if you know you're going to be exposed in the next 2 weeks, so you can just take the medication at this particular time and then continue to take it. You take it every day. So that is, you know, that is the way that is done. So when you take it every day, it is expected that you continue to take it until after you are done with the activities you feel that are going to expose you at risk. So after that period of time, and you know that, oh, within this period, I'm not going to do anything, then you can stop. Right? So that is just how it is. Yeah.
Well, we'll take another short break now. Don't go anywhere. The expert is still in the house.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV, and we have been discussing on the impact of funding costs in Nigeria on HIV care. Now, moving on with our guest right here, a program manager at Access to Good Health Initiative. Okay, so moving on, we have been talking about HIV, the funding cuts, how it's affecting Nigerians, how Nigerians don't realize that we depend on this funding, and how it has affected not just patients only, and also the society at large. So I would like to, we have also realized that this can affect Nigeria, and in years to come, we don't really know what the future is, but it's there is sure of an effect to happen. So we'd like to know how quickly can things go backwards if care is disrupted?
Okay, let's say for instance the Enugu state. So in Nigeria we have what is called the prevalence of HIV. So what is the prevalence? What is the rate that, you know, HIV is very, very prevalent in Nigeria? So when it comes to Enugu State, from what I've seen, Enugu State have a higher prevalence than that of Nigeria. I don't know if you understand. So Enugu State as a state have a higher prevalence than that of Nigeria from information. And then what this shows is that Enugu State, you know, have very high rates of HIV. And then what is going to prevent this HIV from manifesting is when, you know, there is proper education, there is constant testing, you know, there is a constant mobilization, there is, you know, all those things that we normally do before the funding cuts. And then these things are no longer happening. So what happens is that that one person that you should have maybe tested in a week, maybe that one positive that we should have gotten, we are no longer getting that one positive. And then what happens, this person may also be involved in many things that may put the people around him at risk, or her, right? Not just having sex, because HIV is not just a sex thing. You know, someone can have an accident, and then if everybody in the car have a cut, and then his blood splashes everywhere, and then everybody in the car has been infected with HIV. You know, so there are lots of ways that people get HIV, and then when, you know, when there is no testing, one person can end up infecting as much persons as possible, right? So that is why we pay attention to the minutes of info, to the most little thing. So we pay attention to very, very little information, about this kind of thing. If we say, okay, this person have HIV, how are we going to tackle it? Because you know that if this person have HIV, he can give it to, in a day itself, if he do any, he can give it to, he or she rather, can give it to as many persons as possible. So that is why we try to even take care of the one person that we see. And then when this one person goes and then he are not taken care of, just like I've said, one person can give it to as many persons as possible. So if these things that we used to do are not being done, it is going to drastically affect, the efforts that has been made. So the effort that has been made can even be taken far back by in a matter of weeks.
Okay. So moving on, beyond the medical side, how is this affecting people emotionally and financially?
Yes, in the aspects of emotionally, it is not easy to discover that you are no longer maybe as free as you were before getting HIV. So when you get HIV, your life changes in many ways. One of those ways that your life changes that you are going to start taking a medication, a daily pill for a medication. So what this happens is that maybe you can normally leave your house without any bag, sleep somewhere and come back, or you can normally do things, the way you usually do them. But when this happens, you are no longer going to live that particular life that you know. You are going to be constrained in many things. One of them is the diet you eat, the way you drink alcohol, the kind of things you put into your body, because when you're taking this medication, you need to ensure that you're also taking good care of yourself. So the medication is not the only thing that you need to take. You need to constantly hydrate yourself. You need to reduce your intake of alcohol and all that. So this is also, affecting how the person sees themselves. Now, one is that the society another thing is that the society have seen people that have HIV as, should I say, outcasts or people that do not deserve to live. So it is very, very difficult for you to you cannot even come out and tell anybody. Even within your family, you are still hiding it with your family. And then imagine how it is going to affect you emotionally. You are trying to take your medication maybe in the morning or in the night. You are waiting for everybody to leave the room for you to, pop the bottle and then open and take the medication. So it affects people emotionally. We cannot even exhaust the emotional effect that having HIV has on people. It is a very, very long thing. It is and then talking about emotional, talking about getting a life partner, talking about giving birth to children, although these things, you can still have a partner and not infect them with give them HIV. You can still have children and not have a mother-to-child or father-to-child transmission, yes, but these are also issues that people have to, especially when they are going into a marriage with a discordant person and others. So it is a whole lot of emotional issues and also financial issues.
Okay, so okay, moving on. Do situation like this increase stigma or fear in any way?
Is it the issue of funding cuts?
Yes, the issue of funding.
Yeah, it does. Because when you have stopped receiving care, many people are actually, they don't even know their rights from their rights again. They don't know what is going to happen. So some clients they have called me and be like, this one they say they are stopping. How far? How are we going to get our medication? Will the medication stop? How far? What am I going to do? I don't even know what I'm going to do. Should I go now and ask them to give me the one that will last me for a year? What am I going to do? What is the way forward? These are the questions that these people are asking. And then when this happens, it heightens their emotional challenge. It heightens how they see themselves, how they move. Because they see that, this medication I have to take is no longer there. When the medication is not there, what is going to happen is that the person will likely die. So it affects the way they live their life. It affects them. It's a whole lot.
Okay. Moving on. We'd like to know how are families coping when support system weakens, especially in this funding aspect.
Yeah, in the issue of family. Families sometimes are the ones that care for people that have HIV. So it's also going to affect maybe the way they see the person, because having HIV is a serious issue. And then in the issue of caring for the person, it may also affect that they start seeing the person as a burden, especially when maybe the person has been transferred to one facility or the other. They have to start going to that facility. Maybe someone that is handicapped or someone that cannot actually move by themselves. So this is a system that when one part of the system is affected, every other part of the system is affected as well.
Okay, so the big question is, what are the government doing in response to this?
The governments are planning to take over HIV prevention.
Okay.
So we are waiting for, you know, the actions that are going to take. So that is just the information I have, that they are planning to take over. So we just have to wait in a couple of months and see if they actually take over or they will not.
Okay, so with this funding being reduced, do you think Nigerians can realistically sustain with the fact that we don't really have much funding from foreign support?
Yeah, you know, foreign funding came with their own planning.
Okay.
So if we have a local support, we can find a way to, you know, implement our local support, and also start to look inwards on what we are going to do, how we are going to do this. So it's just a matter of planning. So I believe that we should be able to sustain ourselves, you know, with what we are able to come up with as funding.
Okay. So what role can prevent, or what role can private organizations like NGOs play in this situation?
Yeah, NGOs are already playing a very big role in the aspect of HIV, because they are the ones that are directly working with the communities, and then there are lots of risks that are involved. So the roles that they can play, you call them non-governmental organization. So non-governmental organization means that they don't have funds. So they depend on the funds that are gotten, you know, given to them by international organizations like USAID, PEPFAR, and then also maybe Nigerian government. So if Nigerian government wants to come into the scene, I believe that the first thing that they should do is to, you know, consult with these NGOs. What have you been doing? How have you been doing it? What do you think should be done better? How should we do this? How should we do that? So I believe that if the government comes, you know, in this way and then asks questions, that is the role that the private organization, that is the NGOs, can play, giving the government, you know, these are the information that we already have. Oh, we have 30 persons that are infected with HIV in Enugu State local government. This is the data. You can call them and start from where we have stopped, or maybe give us the money, let us continue, or how are you going to support us, and all that.
So with the fact that we have realized that this is where our funding comes from, it's not just from Nigeria. Would you say this is like a wake-up call for Nigeria to invest more in our healthcare system?
Yes, it's a wake-up call, but well, from how Nigeria is moving, we already know that there are lots of wake-up calls that have happened, and then we have not actually looked inwards to see how we are going to solve this problem. So I don't know if this is going to be different, but what I know is that it's a very big wake-up call to, you know, Nigerian government to start taking care of their citizens and looking for how, you know, they can address the issues that the citizens are facing. So it is a very big wake-up call.
Okay. So we'd like to know, you know, you've spoken on how this whole thing has affected patients and the society. So you spoke on also how the governments are going to do something about it. So is there any role us, the society, are meant to play?
Yeah, when it comes to the issue of HIV, I believe that the society, you know, everybody have their role to play in all issues. Firstly, in the issue of HIV, the society, you know, sees HIV positive people not just as people that are, you know, people that are living with HIV virus, but as people that are promiscuous, you know, people that are wayward. You know, so the society, so the society needs to first of all start changing their mindset when it comes to the issue of HIV, because HIV is something that can just happen to anyone. Nobody, you know, takes their bait and then go out and say, oh, today I want to get HIV, right? But it just happens, you know. So the way that the society have come to see HIV, the way that they have come to understand HIV, all those things need to change. So that if someone is having HIV, if someone thinks that they have HIV, they can easily communicate with someone and say that, oh, I think I have this, or what am I going to do? Or please, you people should help me, or, you know, what are the next steps that I'm going to take? So the society should first of all see HIV as something that can happen to anybody. You can be celibate for 20 years and then the first day you decide to try it with someone that you trust, and then you can still get HIV. You can still, you know, there are many ways. You can even be in the hospital. A minute mistake would make you to, you know, get the virus.
As you said, society sees HIV patients as wayward people because they feel this is the only way they might have gotten it. But also people also say, even though you want to do this, why didn't you use this as a protection?
Yeah.
Which tagging has been careless in one way or the other. So I just want you to I just want to know, is it only through carelessness that HIV can be transmitted?
Yeah, just like I said, you can still have a partner because there's this ABC method, which is one is abstinence, you know, being faithful to a partner and constant and correct use of condom. So you can still practice being faithful to one partner who you know is negative when people started, but the partner may not be faithful to you.
Okay.
So it's not always about someone being wayward. You can still, women that are committed to their marriage have gotten HIV. Men that are committed in their marriages have also gotten HIV. You know, there are also other ways. Maybe you share a sharp object, and unfortunately, the person that you're sharing with may have infected you. You go to the hospital. You know, mistakes can be made, and then you know the wrong blood and all that can be used, and then this happens. You know, so these are the issues. So it's not only about waywardness. There are also, you know, when institutions are failing, when things are not happening the way they're supposed to happen, when people are, you know, not being truthful to themselves, this can also make someone that is not even wayward, someone that is committed, or someone that is even, you know, someone that is trusted to also be infected with HIV.
Okay. So moving on, what long-term solutions should we be thinking about right now?
Yeah.
To be able to curtail the whole issue.
For long-term solutions, we should start looking at making this, you know, something that everyone is part of. So there's something we call something being a community-led activity. So communities coming together to lead the prevention, care, and management of HIV is actually going to go a long way, because when you are by the side and then someone is calling you, come and take medication, you are thinking it's just a favor that the person is doing you, not knowing that this is something to help you. So I think proper education, proper sensitization, although we've been doing that, but I think we need to heighten, you need to increase, you know, to increase the momentum of what we've been doing, because when people understand that, you know, this is, you know, we are trying to save you and all that, is also going to affect. Another thing that we need to do for the long term is that society should change their views about people that have HIV. Yes, so that if someone have HIV, they can be free to live within themselves. Another one is being afraid, as you know, someone that have HIV, and now the funding is no longer there to give him medication. So is, you know, I think if these things happen, you know, it's also going to be, you know, form a way for us to forge ahead.
So yeah, I remember you said something about not really knowing what the government is doing right now, but you're sure they are doing something and there is hope. So but what if nothing changes? What do you think HIV care will do?
If nothing changes, then we are in big problem. Because if international organizations pull out their funds and nothing is happening, that means we're in big trouble.
There'll be like high rate of HIV infections.
Yes, there will be.
So if you had the attention of policymakers right now, what would you say to them?
I ask them, what are they waiting for? So I ask them, what are you waiting for? You know, there are lots of things that we need to do, and then the little policies that we put in place, you know, can go a very long way to change big things. Little drawing in the picture can create a whole bigger picture. You know, we already have beautiful policies that are in place, you know, but how are we planning to implement this? How are we working towards making sure that this is actually implemented, right? There is a Enugu State anti-discrimination, HIV anti-discrimination law in Enugu State, you know, something that is supposed to have been updated, you know, but it has not been. Right, even the one we have, how are we using those laws? Right, because HIV, you're not supposed to disclose my status to another person. When this happens, how could I seek this redress? And then even me, how can I go in court and tell them I have HIV? He went to go and tell another person when the society have not actually, you know, seen me in a different light other than in the light of a wayward person. So policymakers, what are you waiting for? That is just the only thing I want to say.
Finally, for people watching who may be affected, what message would you like to leave with them?
For me, I would say that HIV is a, you know, it's something that happens to anybody. And then if you're a person living with HIV, I celebrate you for the strengths that you have showed over the years. And then especially for persons that are, constantly taking their medication, it shows that you do not only care about yourself, but you care about the people that are around you. And for this, you are a big person, you should be celebrated. And then we acknowledge the efforts that you are putting. And then for other persons that don't know their status, I encourage you today to walk up to your facility and check your status. Even if you end up paying, you're not going to pay more than 2,000 naira to check your HIV status. And then if you say, oh, I don't want to check my HIV status, so before it to show me that I'm positive. Whether you check, whether you don't check, if you're positive, you're positive, if you're negative, you're negative. Why not check and be sure of what your status is so that you forge, the way you think and then the way you live your life, and also for the purpose of the people that are around you and for your own future as well. So let us get tested today and end the pandemic of HIV.
Okay, thank you very much for those valuable insights. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much, our guest. And we come to the end of today's edition. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern. While reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency. Implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Pleasant greetings and welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I am your host, Gift Obodo, and today we ask, are the police protecting us
or preying on us. And it leads us to our topic today, your right and the police. And today's topic is going to be a very, very detailed question on your right and the police. And before we delve into the detail of today's topic, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Joining us today is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. He has handled numerous high-profile cases. He's well-respected in the legal communities. Please welcome Barrister Jachi K.C. Ifayeze. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You look splendid. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
Okay, diving into my major conversation, and I have a very significant question in which the public are eager to hear. And it is, can a police officer, arrest someone without a warrant?
Yeah, there are numerous circumstances where a police officer can arrest without warrants. And one of them is, we call it the presence rule. When an offense is being committed in the presence of a police officer, with or without warrant, he has a right to make an arrest. And there are other little circumstances where a police can arrest without a warrant. Another one is when a police officer sees a person who is trying to escape lawful arrest. So if you have been in custody and you are attempting to escape, with or without warrant, a police officer, he has a right to arrest you. Then maybe you are in a possession, or you are in possession of any government property or any stolen property. Let's say there is a bike or a phone that's been missing, and a police officer sees you in possession of that phone. He has a right to arrest without warrant, and other numerous circumstances.
So I'm asking, what are the rights a citizen has during arrest?
Well, one of the rights you have as a citizen during arrest is you have a right to demand for the warrant of arrest. So when you demand for the warrant of arrest, there are things that you should be expecting to see in the warrant of arrest. One of them is the name of the person, the authority who has signed that warrant of arrest, whether a judge or a magistrate or anybody empowered by the law to do that. Then you also be looking out to see the offense that you have been charged with. Then you also be looking out to see your own name as the person who has been accused of that offense and the signature of the person authorizing that arrest. So when you get these details, at least you know that the arrest or the warrant is lawful.
So when at a situation when a person was arrested and, in a certain arrest situation, the person is testified and it comes with force at that point, and maybe at the end of the arrest, he finds out that the arrest was forceful and it was forged, at that point, does he has a right to sue the police?
Of course he does. He has a right to sue the police, just that most times the citizens, we waive our rights. But when you feel your right as a citizen has been infringed upon, you have a right to lay a complaint. In the police, we have the police complaint unit. Their numbers are everywhere. So you can, that is one of the things you need to have as a citizen. It is a quick response number that you can reach out to. Oh, this and this has happened. and I want to report this case. And that is why when you are interfacing with a police officer, the first thing you do is to look at the person's identification, check the person's name and the number, because if you are making an official report, these are the details that they will request from you. Do you know the person? Do you know his number? And where, or the jurisdiction where the event took place? So you have a right to request or to report a case against the police. And if that particular act involves any criminal conduct against the police, of course, a police officer can be investigated and prosecuted. So they don't have any immunity.
At that point, even when you are being detained?
Well, when you are being detained, you can demand, you have a right to your lawyer. So as a detainee under the police custody, you have the right to your lawyer. And when you demand for your lawyer, you can then, maybe through your lawyer, make necessary applications to be granted bail. And when you come out, then you can take it up against the police.
I will always ask, when does stop and search becomes unlawful?
Okay, stop and search becomes unlawful whenever the police starts acting beyond the provisions of the law. So once a police officer is acting outside what the law provides, the stop and search is already unlawful. Take, for instance, the law empowers the police officers to stop and search when there is reasonable suspicion or reasonable belief that the person in question maybe is carrying something that is an illegal exhibit or anything, or when the person is in possession of a stolen item, or there must be that element of reasonable suspicion. But when there is no reasonable suspicion, you can't just stop and you are delaying people. That delay is also amounting to harassment on itself, not just when you are touched or when you are beaten.
So at that point, when you are delayed or harassed at some certain point where a police stops to search you, then can you prosecute that police officer for such?
For that one, it can be tagged a professional misconduct, but prosecution comes in when there is an element of crime. We see every day maybe police officers being involved in murder cases, being involved in kidnapping, being involved in illegal transfer or movement of guns and other harmful weapons. So when there is an element of crime, that is when you can talk about prosecution. But when there is no element of crime, we are just talking about maybe professional misconduct, then you should be talking about other punishments like dismissal. You can talk about a reduction in rank of the police officer. That is when you have reported to the appropriate authority.
Then I ask, who are the appropriate authorities to report the situations?
In the cases involving police officers, we have, it can either be internal or external. We have some internal authorities that oversees the activities of the police. That's where we have the police complaint unit. Then we also have the committee on professional misconduct in the police. They checkmate the activities of the police. But when you talk about external, you now have the Police Service Commission. And you know, many people will think that Police Service Commission is made up of just senior police officers, but there are civilians also in that Police Service Commission. We have the ICPC. The ICPC, they are in charge of anything concerning abuse of public office. And we also have the Public Complaints Commission under the federal government, and the court itself is also there. So there are different commissions, there are different bodies that regulates the activities of the police, both internal and external.
There has been a wrong narrative out there that reporting a crime or an offense done by a police to the superior authority doesn't warrant a necessary or immediate action. That people are always, there's a presumption out there that, you know, reporting these issues done by the police officers, there would not be immediate action by the law or the appropriate authorities. There has just been this notion. People always say, yes, reporting it, the fear of reporting some, you know, incident done by the police to the appropriate authorities doesn't give a benefiting result. Is there any situation like that?
Well, I wouldn't say there's been such a situation, but I can tell you that it is just that the system itself generally is slow, even when you come to the judicial process. So the system, that is the fault of the system. So when you come to laying complaints about the police, you don't have to start checking whether there will be a result or not. You are only exercising your right as a citizen. That's why I mentioned earlier, waiving your right. So you don't have to waive your right or sacrifice that whatever that has happened on the altar of not getting result. So irrespective of the fact of whether you are getting a result or not, you need to exercise your right as a citizen. And that right is laying that complaint. Your right has been infringed upon, and you have a right to complain. You have a right to prosecute if there is an element of crime in it. And that is after due investigations have been conducted by the relevant bodies. So you don't have to waive your right thinking that maybe you may not get results. So that's it. So
is it legal for a police officer to demand for the phones or belongings of the normal citizens?
It is not legal, and it is legal. It depends on the circumstances surrounding that demand. If you are talking about the regular event that we witness every day, police officers stopping young boys and young girls on the road and demanding their devices, then it is totally wrong. That particular, especially when you look at them, maybe you are trying to make a video or something and they are trying to collect your phone or demand your phone to search something. The law or that particular act, it has a constitutional backing, it has a judicial backing, and it has an administrative backing. The just retired IGP made a serious comment on it, that no police officer anywhere has a right to demand for your phone on the road just because he wants to do stop and search. Then also this year currently, around March 2026, there's been another court ruling on that in Warri. A federal high court ruled on that a police officer, no matter the rank, does not have any right to ask or demand for your phone. Then the Constitution itself, I think Section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, gives the citizen right to freedom of expression. And that your freedom of expression extends to the right that you have to gather data and share data. And at that point, when you are trying to probably make a video of a police officer doing search, you are not filming. You are not trying to make that video, record that video for the purposes of entertainment. What you are doing at that point is documentation. And documentation as a citizen is your right, enshrined under Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution.
So, Barrister, you are trying to say that recording a police officer, during that process is not illegal?
It is not illegal. More so when a police officer should understand the fact that they are public officers. Just like the governor of a state can be giving a speech and you are recording, there is nothing illegal about it. More so, you are recording for the purposes of documentation, just like I said.
So we have seen so many cases where normal citizens want to record the police officer during this process, and at the end of the whole process, their phone gets seized or broken or damaged. Yeah. At that point, what do you advise the citizen to do?
Well, that is why the former first PRO, he said something. He said that when you are scared of your phone being collected and maybe damaged and you get to lose the videos, you can go live. We are in a digital age. So even if you go live and your phone is destroyed, already the video is somewhere. People will have access to the video, even when your phone has been destroyed. And believe me, the necessary steps will be taken.
Interesting. Moving over to the next question, I always ask, is it proper to detain someone without telling them the offense?
It is improper. It is improper. That is why I told you that when you are to be arrested, that the first thing you should demand for is the warrant of arrest. And when they are giving you the warrant of arrest, one of the compulsory informations that must be there is the offense that you have been accused of. So they need to tell you that you have been accused of stealing. The only thing is that they cannot or they should not go beyond that, maybe telling you the details and everything, every information as to the offense, but the offense itself should be mentioned to you before you have been taken into custody.
There have been frequent allegations of officers demanding money from civilians. What should be done about that?
Well, we see that every day. Most of us who ply the road every day, we see that, and there's been allegations and complaints about police officers demanding money from road users. Well, I think one of the reasons, or one of the reasons promoting such acts is the fact that some citizens, they just want to maybe pay their way through. But as a citizen, if you want to avoid that, you simply get your vehicle clean, have your papers, everything complete. You don't have any reason to give any police officer money for any reason. It is unlawful.
So you are saying it's part of the citizens' duty, and also it also lies on the citizens to do the needful.
Yes.
And not the police. It doesn't lie externally or internally on the police officers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't lie, that duty doesn't lie entirely on the police to ensure such an act, because you that is offering money, there is a reason why you are offering money. You are probably offering money because there is something unlawful that you are doing that you don't want the police to know, or you don't want them to take action against. Maybe you are transferring some illegal goods, or you are doing something. So there is something that you are hiding most of the times that is leading you to give them money. And also on the part of the police, they have a role to play. The senior officers, most times I've seen videos circulating where senior officers dress casually and approach checkpoints and maybe confront one or two officers to return the money they've collected from road users. I've seen them, it's online, it's circulating everywhere. So the police themselves, most times, they should try, and the senior men in the office, their big bosses, can send spies from time to time to checkmate those who are still engaging in these acts of collecting money from road users. And when they find them, necessary actions should be taken against them. Because if you find them and you don't take any action against them, then the act continues.
So what punishment does an officer face if found guilty of this harassment or extortion?
There are several punishments, but they are grouped into two. Just like I mentioned earlier, there are some misconduct with criminal elements. There are others without criminal elements. So when a police officer engages in what I call minor misconduct, such an officer can receive query, maybe suspension, maybe just warning, a casual warning, depending on the level of misconduct. Then if it is a major misconduct, then such major misconduct, most times they are faced with some, we call it forceful retirement, some we call it compulsory retirement, some we call it dismissal from office. So they can dismiss you, force you to retire, and other this. And then when it has a criminal element, that is, if the misconduct has if it is a criminal conduct, then they will investigate, remove you from office, and prosecute you. So these are the punishment that comes with misconduct.
So is it proper for a normal citizen to ask of the police identity before searching or doing anything on him?
It is not just necessary, it is compulsory. It is your right as a citizen. That is why those who designed the police uniform added a space for their name and number. So when you are coming, you are dealing with gun, you are dealing with people that you've never met before, and the environment, the society is not safe. So coming without your uniform properly identified is very wrong. As a matter of fact, any police officer who is coming to arrest without his proper uniform and his name well written and spelled out on his uniform, is doing an illegal duty. The uniform is not just the camouflage. The uniform is not just the sign of the police, or maybe you are putting on a face cap with the logo of the police and the spelling police. The uniform has to come with your name. That is your identity. So that is it.
Is police harassment in Nigeria is it about a few bad officers, or is it about a broken system?
I'll say it is both.
Tell us.
It is both because there are still some good officers. There are still some good policemen who are not engaging themselves in those acts of misconduct or harassment. Meanwhile, for those of them who has been or who decided that they will continuously engage themselves in the acts of harassment and misconduct, I think for some of them, it is as a result of a failed system. Failed system in the sense that the superiors or those in charge, like you mentioned earlier when you were saying that some people are scared that when they report, they don't get results. So some of those people are leveraging on the fact that the authorities may or may not act when a report is brought against them. So, but if the system is working so much that whenever an officer, there is a case reported against an officer, that case must be properly dealt with, and that officer prosecuted if found guilty, then you see that if I have been engaging in an act of misconduct, I will call myself to order. But because I know that there is a possibility that I will be prosecuted or not, depending on my strength, depending on the connection I have in the society, on the connection I have in the police force, then it means that I will continue to leverage on that whether or not. So that's where the system, the failed system, comes in.
Okay, what legally qualifies as police harassment in Nigeria?
Well, you know, the act of harassment, the harassment itself has to do with anything that will affect a citizen in the sense that it has to do with maybe your respect as a person. Any act of misconduct, any act, whether verbal or actual, because most times we see that, okay, harassment has to be when you are beaten, when they shoot you on your leg, or maybe when they slap you or something. But harassment can be verbal. Any act that will reduce your person, any act that is unlawful, that has not been prescribed, or that does not have a legal backing, is an act of harassment. Take, for instance, if you are plying the road and a police officer decides to search you, and you park very well, come down from your vehicle to be searched, only for the police officer to be asking you certain questions. You see police officers asking people, are you married? How many children do you have? Those things are not, they don't have any business with that stop and search. Personally, I regard those acts as harassment, because the person is trying to belittle you, is trying to maybe exercise the authority that he has not been given by the law. So any of those such acts can be treated as harassment.
So how can victims of police harassment seek justice and compensation?
Well, victims of police harassment can seek justice and compensation through first reporting to the appropriate authority. We earlier mentioned we have the internal bodies and we have the external bodies. We have the internal body, we have the police complaint unit, we have the police disciplinary committee, and the external, we have the PCC, we have the ICPC, we have the PSC, the Police Service Commission. We even have other agencies, all the agencies. The police are not, they are not immune to any of the agencies. EFCC, if it has an element of financial fraud, maybe you have been financially defrauded by a police officer, you can write a petition through your lawyer and the matter will be prosecuted, will be investigated, and the person will be prosecuted. So they have leverage, and we can explore any of these options.
Okay, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization. the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back on the program You and the Law, where we break down the law, inform you about your right as a normal citizen. I'm back to Barrister. Have you had any personal experience on this police harassment and, any personal experience?
Yes, I have, and I think every Nigeria does. I have.
Can you share it with us?
Well, it happened a long time ago, even before I became a lawyer. When we were still in school, it happened that some court activities took place around my hostel, and it led to somebody's death. Throughout that period, and we were in examination period, so throughout that period, we could not even stay in our lodge anymore. The police, they kept on, after arresting those that had a connection to the crime, they kept on coming back to race after students. They were coming in at any time of the day, but particularly they came in this night and they were throwing tear gas into the student hostels, not just one, not just two, about 4 or 5 hostels, and picking up students. And this issue of mass arrest is unlawful, more so when there is no reasonable belief or suspicion that these people or these persons that you are arresting, that they have any connection to the crime. So at that point, and I think it has gone about 4 or 5 days after the incidents took place. So you see that at that point, they were no longer arresting those that had connection to the crime. They were just trying to exercise authority over we the students, because they felt like we didn't, or they knew we did not know our rights. Because we had the option to say, no, we are not going, we don't have any connection to this crime. We were just in our hostels. But they kept on doing that, and the abuse became so much that some of us had to leave school. We went back to our parents' house, some traveled back home, and that was during examination distance. So you see, some had to miss the exams. But at that point, it was better to save your life, save your money, save your time, than to stay back in school just to write your exams, only to be caught under the net of the police. So that's just the little experience amongst others.
Yeah, with your experience on this, do you have, one thing to dish out to the younger ones who feels targeted by the police?
Well, one thing I will tell the citizens and the general public is that everybody needs to know what the law says, because that is why the police will keep on harassing people. If you notice in the society, you see that police officers, most times, they tend to avoid lawyers. If they are doing stop and search, maybe they see a vehicle labeled MBA, they will just tell you to go. They are not doing that because they are afraid of lawyers, but they know you know what they know. And it's possible that you know more than what they know. So, and when you see maybe citizens who read widely, they look at the Constitution, the provisions of the sections of the Constitution, and all the enactments, the first thing that a policeman will tell you, oh, you think you know your right, you think you know the law. So knowing the law is very important. Even in the Bible, Jesus was able to defeat the devil because he knew what the law says, the Holy Gospel was saying. So you need to know what the law says. That book or enactment, the laws, the acts we have in Nigeria, is not just for the lawyers, it's for everybody. So you pick it up, you read it, and get to know your right as a citizen. So that's what I have to say.
In one sentence, why should Nigerians trust police officers again?
The reason why they should trust police officers again is because currently we have a change in the administration of the police. And he has given us, the new police boss, he has given us every assurance that he's going to bring back the dignity of the police force. So we are trusting that he's going to keep to his words. And considering the insecurity in Nigeria now, the level of insecurity is something that we cannot do without the security agencies. And the police is the primary and most accessible agency when it comes to the security agencies we have in Nigeria. So that's the reason we need to put our trust and our faith in them for that protection.
So when this agency, for the people out there, when this agency, they don't feel safe again, they don't trust again, and they feel insecure. You know, when you talked about insecurity, now these people people out there no longer trust these, police officers due to the harassment and so many other things going on. At what point, what do you think they will resort to? Self-help?
Well, resorting to self-help is as good as no help, because self-help will expose you to involving yourself into other criminal activities. Take, for instance, you want to go and buy a gun so that you can defend yourself. You land yourself in maybe illegal possession of firearm. You want to kill somebody who came to your house to steal. It results to murder, jungle justice, and all of that. So not being able to gain the trust of the citizen is not enough for now for us to resort to self-help. So I think we should still do what we can do as citizens, see the way we can support the police and the activities. The only thing is that when your right is being infringed upon, you take the necessary step. So, but resorting to self-help is a no for me.
So you don't agree to the fact that self-help could resolve this problem going on between the police and the citizens?
No, I don't. It is totally wrong and it is unlawful. So it is not something that I will promote. So we still have faith that the restoration process going on in the police will yield a positive result, and we are all going to see it.
And that's all we have for you tonight on You and the Law. Remember, knowing your right is just like you, protecting yourself and those around you. If you have a question and things to explore, like the stories you have to tell us, you can always go on an official handle on Aneke TV, on our socials, on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, to always, share out your opinion and your view about, your experiences. For today, when we talked about the police, you and the police, your rights, when it is being infringed upon, when you are being extorted, you can always go to the appropriate authorities to avoid extortion. And if you have questions, stories you'd like to explore, reach out to us. We're always listening. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, reminding you that justice starts with your awareness. Thank you, Barrister Jatike. And thank you for educating us. Stay protected.
Thank you.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV. morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour, your trusted source for accurate, verified and up-to-date reports from Nigeria and around the world. I am Ugu, glad to have you join us. The headlines. FG plans increase in UBEC allocation to 4% of Consolidated Revenue Fund, Alausa. President Tinubu signs 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget, extends 2025 capital expenditure. Now the news in details. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says plans are underway to increase funding for the Universal Basic Education Commission from 2% to 4% of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. He disclosed that a bill seeking to amend the funding structure is currently before the National Assembly for consideration. Dr. Alausa made this known during a high-level engagement with private sector stakeholders in Ikoyi, Lagos State. He said the reform is part of broader efforts to strengthen Nigerians' basic education system and improve learning outcomes nationwide. The minister also announced plans for the introduction of the Education State-wide Approach, eSWAD, a new framework designed to deepen collaboration with development partners, including the World Bank, private sector actors, and civil society organizations. He further revealed that over 60 million Nigerians are within the primary school age bracket, while about 45 million are affected by learning poverty. He also noted that the federal government has committed 100 billion naira for hostel development in federal tertiary institutions, while 6,842 workers have benefited from education-related loan schemes, the individual access of up to 10 million naira. The Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Obomosho, Oyo State, has confirmed the disbursement of over 1.4 billion naira from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to the students in 2025. The institution described the intervention as a major boost to students' welfare and academic continuity. In a statement issued by the registrar, Mr. Olayinka Obalogun, the university reaffirmed its strong collaboration with the Nigerian Education Loan Fund and other key education stakeholders. He said the partnership continues to support access to higher education for indigent students. The institution also noted that it remains committed to transparency and effective coordination in the implementation of student loan programs. It added that the initiative has significantly reduced financial pressure on beneficiaries. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund clarified that the 5,237 students initially referenced by LAUTECH represent the first verified batch submitted for the current disbursement cycle. The agency stated that the batch, valued at 1.57 billion naira, has been approved and is undergoing financial administrative processing before payment. The Kano state government has trained disease surveillance and notification officers from 7 local government areas on biorisk management and zoonotic disease sample collection. The initiative is aimed at strengthening public health response systems across the states. The 2-day training was organized by the Ministry of Livestock Development in collaboration with the Kano State Center for Disease Control, with support from core group partner projects. Officials say the program is part of efforts to improve disease detection and prevention. According to a statement by the Director General of the Kano State Center for Disease Control, Professor Muhammad Adamu Abbas, the training focused on enhancing safe handling of biological samples and improving surveillance reporting systems. He added that the capacity-building exercise is expected to strengthen frontline health response, improve coordination among health workers, and enhance preparedness against zoonotic disease outbreaks in Kano State. The Katsina State Police Command has arrested 26 suspected social miscreants during an intelligence-led operation conducted in Katsina Metropolis. The operation was carried out in the early hours of April 14, 2026, targeting identified criminal hideouts. According to a statement by the police public relations officer, Deputy Superintendent of Police Abubakar Sadiq, the operation was executed by the Special Weapon and Tactics Units. He said the exercise focused on known black sports linked to criminal activities. The command explained that the raid is part of ongoing efforts to rid the state capital of criminal elements and restore public order. Items recovered during the operation were not immediately disclosed. The police confirmed that the suspects are currently in custody and are undergoing investigation. The command assured residents of continued operations to enhance safety and security across Katsina State. The Lagos State Ministry of Justice has released 4 police officers and property developer Abiodun Ariori, who were previously accused in connection with the killing of 6 traders in the Owode Onirin area of Kosofe, Lagos State. The decision followed legal advice issued by the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, which indicated that the officers acted in self-defense during the incident. The advice also stated that available evidence was insufficient to sustain manslaughter charges. The legal document signed by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Babajide Martins, noted that investigative reports failed to establish a prosecutable case against the suspects. The incidents involved traders who were shot during a confrontation with the officers identified as Musa Bala, Ahmed Abbas, Ibrahim Kasimu, and Ibrahim Gaba. Authorities say the case has now been closed following the prosecutorial review. 2 Nigerian nationals, Akinade Rahim and Abayomi Eletu, are facing possible prison sentences of up to 50 years each in the United States over allegations of large-scale tax fraud exceeding $100 million. The United States Department of Justice alleges that the suspects conspired with others to file fraudulent tax returns using stolen identities, impersonating both taxpayers and accountants in the scheme. Investigators say more than 300 false tax filings were submitted in an attempt to fraudulently obtain tax refunds from the Internal Revenue Service. The charges include conspiracy to commit wire and mail fraud, money laundering, and aggravated identity theft. The suspects are also accused of collaborating with accomplices in a coordinated international financial crime network. If convicted, they could face severe penalties under United States federal law following ongoing legal proceedings. You are watching Aneke TV, your trusted source for timely, accurate, and authoritative news, coverage from Nigeria and across the globe. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The federal government has approved plans to increase the allocation to the Universal Basic Education Commission from 2% to 4% of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Coming up shortly, President Tinubu has signed into law the 32 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill with provision for extension of 2026 capital expenditures. Nigeria's Tigress will on April 21st, 2026 know their group stage opponents for the 2026 FIBA Women's World Cup as the draw is scheduled to take place.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed. It is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance. It is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Welcome back. The Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, Professor Ishak Oloyede, has said the ongoing Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, has recorded minimal operational challenges nationwide. Professor Oloyede made the remark in Ibadan, Oyo State, during a routine monitoring visit to computer-based test centers in the University of Ibadan. He assessed the conduct of the examination across selected centers in the state. He described the exercise as largely successful, noting that only a few centers experienced minor disruptions, mainly linked to power supply fluctuations and technical glitches. He said such issues were promptly addressed to ensure smooth continuation of the examination. The JAMB Registrar reiterated the board's commitment to maintaining a credible and seamless examination process, adding that continuous monitoring is being carried out to sustain standards across all CBT centers nationwide. The Benue State Police Command has arrested 7 suspects in connection with the April 15th abduction of passengers in Otruko local government area of the state. The command confirmed that the arrests followed coordinated security operations targeting criminal hideouts linked to the incident. According to the police public relations officer, Mrs. Edith Udeme, the operation was carried out jointly with other security agencies. She said the exercise focused on Amla Forest and surrounding communities, believed to be the operational base of the kidnappers. DSP Udeme further disclosed that the operation led to the rescue of some of the abducted victims, who have since been taken to medical facilities for treatment. However, she did not state the exact number of persons rescued at the time of filing this report. The Commissioner of Police in Benue State, Ifeanyi Emenari, assured residents that intensified efforts are ongoing to secure the release of the remaining victims. He also called for continued public support through credible and timely information to assist ongoing security operations. President Bola Tinubu has signed the 2026 appropriation bill into law, authorizing a total expenditure of 68.32 trillion naira for the 2026 fiscal year. The development was confirmed in a statement issued in Abuja by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga. The President also assented to the Appropriation, Repeal and Enactment Amendment Act 2026, which extends the implementation period of the 2025 capital budget from March 31st to June 30th, 2026. The extension is aimed at ensuring full execution of ongoing capital projects across the country. According to the approved fiscal framework, 4.799 trillion naira is allocated for statutory transfers, while 15.8 trillion naira is earmarked for debt servicing. Recurrent expenditure stands at 15.4 trillion naira and 32.2 trillion naira is dedicated to capital projects under the Development Fund. The presidency explained that the budget prioritizes infrastructure, economic stability, security, and inclusive growth. President Tinubu directed ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure transparency, discipline, and efficiency in implementation, while commended the National Assembly for timely passage of the fiscal documents. Nigerian rice farmers are reducing cultivation plans for the 2026 planting season amid falling paddy prices, rising production costs, and weakening demand from the milling sector. The situation is raising concerns over food production and national food security. Market data shows that the price of a ton of paddy rice has dropped to about 350,800 naira from a peak of 720,000 naira in 2025, representing a sharp decline driven by increased imports and smuggling activities. Farmers say the situation has made production less profitable. In Kebbi State, a major rice producing hub, former chairman of the Rice Farmers Association, Mr. Muhammad Agi, said less than 30% of farmers cultivated rice in the 2026 dry season. He noted that many farmers are still holding unsold stock due to weakened demand and a struggling milling industry. A March 2026 report by the United States Department of Agriculture also projected a 7% decline in Nigeria's rice cultivation area to 4.2 million hectares in the 2026-2027 season. Farmers in Jigawa State, including Mr. Musa Idris, say they have drastically reduced farmland due to high input costs and low returns. Nigeria's senior women's basketball team, the Tigers, will on April 21st, 2026, learn their group stage opponents for the FIBA Women's Basketball World Club scheduled to hold in Berlin, Germany. 16 nations have qualified for the global tournament. The teams will be drawn into 4 groups of 4, with seeding based on the latest FIBA Women's World Ranking. The Tigers have been placed in Pot 2 alongside China, Belgium and Spain, meaning they will avoid those teams in the group stage. As African championships and one of the continent's strongest sides, the Tigers enter the competition with growing international recognition following strong performances at recent Afro-Basket tournaments and Olympic appearances. The team is aiming for a competitive showing at the global stage. Head coach Rena Wakama has intensified preparations with the team currently on a training tour in the United States. The Tigers are scheduled to play high-profile friendly matches against the Los Angeles Sparks, Minnesota Lynx and Indiana Fever as part of their build-up to the World Cup. Before we go, a recap of our top stories. The federal government has announced plans to significantly increase funding for the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, from 2% to 4% of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Aluasa, announced that a bill seeking to formalize the proposed increase is currently under consideration at the National Assembly as part of efforts to strengthen basic education delivery across the country. Dr. Aluasa made the disclosure during a strategic engagement with private sector stakeholders held in Ikoyi, Lagos State. He explained that the initiative aligns with the federal government's broader education reform agenda aimed at improving access, quality, and learning outcomes in the basic education sector. In addition, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the 68.32 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill into law. The development also includes provisions for the extension of capital expenditure projects under the 2025 budget in order to ensure continuity of ongoing infrastructure and development programs nationwide. Meanwhile, the Nigerian senior women's basketball team, the Tigers, is expected to know their group stage opponents for the 2026 FIBA Women's World Cup on April 21st, 2026, when the official draw will be conducted by the International Basketball Federation, FIBA. That concludes the news on Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go ma. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emel, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Emel. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putemwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon.
Si na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwaanyị akwụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị nke tata anyị nọ n'afịa ka anyị nene ihe afịa nye taa onye ọbụla maka obodo anyị asị wee dị obodo anyị abụ Naịjirịa onye ọbụla maka o si elu ya na-arụ onye a ka anyị ji wee sị ka anyị pụta kene ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ka o si dị ha na-arụ ọ na-emetụte gị ọ bụ na ọ na-emetụte gị emecha ị ga-akọwala anyị ka o si wee dị gị na-arụ ọ bụ na ọ na-emetụte gị o nwekwa ike ọ bụ na ọ dị gị mma na-arụ mana ama m ka o si wee dị elu m nwa tata onye anyị na ya nọ ọ ga-aka m mma na o jiri aka ya wee kọwaa onwe
Ndewo, afọ m bụ Mrs. Fidelia Okeke. Ana m azụ afịa na New Haven Market. Mụnwa bụ past woman leader New Haven Market. Thank you.
Dịka isi anya n'ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta ndị ụfọdụ na-etiji aja ndị ụfọdụ si n'obodo bụ igwe ama m na nke gị ma obodo abịa igwe ka ọ dị gị mma na-arụ biko ka o si wee dị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta.
Na nke mbụ ekene m niile na-agalụ His Excellency Barrister Peter Mbah bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. Ana m ekene ya maka ọlụ ọma ọ na-alụ n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụrụ ma ọ na-alụ ọlụ ọ na-alụ ọlụ n'Enugu steeti and o melụ ka ife dịla anyị mfe n'Enugu steeti. Ekene dịlụ gọvanọ anyị wee na-asị ya lụlụ gaba ya dị eme.
Mana ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-eti mkpu si na ihe siri ike ịbata afịa tata ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye tata ka ọ ga-abụ ịbata echi ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye ya ka ọ ga-abụ ịbata tata nke ka o si wee dị nwa na-azụ afịa.
Ihe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu bụ eziokwu mana ị na-anya ọ bụrụ o siro n'aka gọvanọ Enugu steeti ya bụ mmiri si n'isi wee gbalụrụ na-agbadata maka na ọ bụrụ ihe gọvanọ anyị ga-eme ka ọ dị mfe ọ ga-eme ya n'eke n'ụzọ ọ na-edozisili anyị malụkwa na mmalụ na ụzọ ndị ime obodo na-esi n'ime obodo bupụtala anyị nye ọ bụrụ na ụzọ adịrọ mma fama mbupụtala anyị nye ihe siri ike bụ eziokwu o siri ike nyi ọnụ enwe ndị nyi ọnụ na-anị ekọnọmi dị bad mana kedu ihe anyị ga-eme ọ bụrụ ihe anyị ga-akwụsị ozugbo mana ọ ihe anyị ga-eji nwayọọ wee malụ ka anyị ga-esi wee na-arazie abịakwuonu na-ekwuzienu fuel a na-agazi aga na fuel and ịma na fuel bụ ihe moto ji aga and without transportation onwere ihe ga na-aga n'obodo maka na moto a ka mmadụ ga-abanye jee mkpe ya moto a ka a ga-eji si ebe ọbụla bute ihe a na-elele anyị nwa na-ego ewurukwa moto jekwa bute tinye na shop anyị mana kịta ọ na-afịazi arụ maka na gịnị fuel agalaga ọnụ fuel agalala ọnụ bịa mee ihe niile tinye ego nke ị na-ego bụ 500 maka na fuel agalaga ọnụ ije igwe ị na-egozi 1000 so nke a bụgodo a major problem issue of this fuel now ọzọ dịka ibia gị enwekwa m aṅụrị nne ihe gọvanọ Mbah mere nnyaa maka na nnyaa nọọsụ ndị na-azụ afịa ndị petty traders a nọcha n'ụzọ na-enwero shop na-azụ afịa na ha ma na-akwụzi tax n'Enugu steeti ọ bụ ezigbo ihe magburu onwe ya maka na ndị a na-azụ afịa tebụl olo anyị na-akpọ ha petty traders maka income obele income ha ji azụ ya ha nwere shop so nke a nwe loan bụkwa ọdịmma nke then ọzọ dịka ibia bụrụkwa inekwa anyị ihe na-eme n'obodo kịta insecurity dị ebe niile o mezele ndị mmadụ adịghị ejezi farm onye na-eje farm ọchịli uche n'aka ọtụtụ ka a na-egbu na farm ada harvest zi lee Easter agbacha kịta ama m ego na igolu ọkụkọ ama m ego na igolu green pepper anyị na-ego bụ 500 200 na nke nwe ibukazi ibu igo ya 1000 mana igochala ya 3000 4000 ọ bụrụ maka gịnị ihe na-eme n'ugwu Hausa onye debe arụ na o metụtara ya ọ na-emetụta everybody because ọ na-eme n'ugwu Hausa o deprive onye flow maka ndị ọrụ adị ndị na-akọ ugbo adị ejezi farm now anyị nwa na-ebudatalụ ya ebudatalụ nwobele a ga-ebudatalụ anyị ọgala ọnụ a na-ekwuzi okwu anụ ihe dịka anụ efi a na-esi ugwu Hausa ebudatala anyị nke a nọzi n'enu ọjị mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ kịta no mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ
ofu onye si na onye nwere ego na
ehe so ịbịa n'anya itin zulo ebe niile as far as ị nọ na Nigeria ọ na-emetụta gị one way or the other.
ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-emetụkeri n'ahụ ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị ka ọ ga-esi gaa n'iru ọ dị mma
ndụmọdụ na-adụ nwaanyị ọbụla na-ekele mbụ onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ihe bịara abịa ga-ana ana maka na anyị tinye ebe obi na ya anyị nwa bụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka na anyị na-ebu afọ ime chia nwa ọ dafịa anyị ara BP set in a na-ekwu na BP set in stroke esolia so onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ibulu onye na-azụ azụ ịzụta tinyekwala ya bụ profit mana emeni ya ka ọ bịa fịabazie onye ga-ego arụ gị na ngwa afịa nwa the end of the day adọlụ so ka onye ọbụla nyere ibe ya aka ma onye na-elele ma onye na-abịa ego ka anyị niile malụ na anyị bụ ofu. Yeah, thank you.
Inugo ka Mrs. Okeke si ekwu onye nyere nwanne gị aka gị bụ onye na-azụ azụ gị bụ onye na-ego ego ka o wee dabala onye ukwu dabala onye nta ka anyị nene ihe onye ọzọ ga-ekwu.
Afa m bụ Oriakụ Patience Ọkụ Adejeje mba 1 n'Isokom.
Adejeje mba 1
n'Isokom.
Enweghị otu. Daalụ rinne. Nkata anyị taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ịna-anya ihe na-eme n'obodo. Ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị gị state of the economy, onye Igbo asị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị a. Biko dịka onye na-azụ afịa anyị na-anya n'ihe ịkpọsacha dịka onye na-azụ afịa biko ka ị ga-esi wee kọwaa ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ dị mma ka ọ dị njọ.
Daalụ na ajụjụ anyị jụrụ m dịka onye na-azụ afịa ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo a adịrọ mma chacha nke bụ na ọ na-emetụta anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne maka na ine ka ọnọdụ si nọdụ iya kpọsa ọ dịka o nwere onye ya ajụ gị ese na ajụrụ gị ese ma ọ bụ bịa gote gị a pụtara na ndị mmadụ achọrọ igolu gị nyaba afịa kama na onye pịa aka na akpịa ọ mara ma ọ ya batana na ọba afịa mmadụ kwebe ọnụ afịa ifuru na ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne
maka onye akpịa gwara eziokwu
ịpịa aka na akpa gị efu gbam ịpịa aka na akpa onwe ife dị na ya ịzọpụrụ njem bataba afịa bụ igote ife mana ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo anyị ya bụ ife fịara arụ rinne ọ fịara arụ onye nsogbu ihe na-akpagodi gị mkpa n'ụlọ inenesie icheki akpa gị ịfụ na o nwere ife dị na ya ịkado nọ na n'ụlọ mana ọ bụ na ịpịa aka pịta asọmpi nwe ihe ịpịchapụta ịgbapụ ọsọ ọnya bụ na anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ilebekwa n'afịa nwebe aṅụrị mana ọ na-enye nsogbu rinne
ịma ndị ụfọdụ pụta dịka onwe onye ọnọbiya onwe onye o dobere utobiya ma onye na-azụ azụ ma onye bịara igo ego onye ọbụla na-eti mkpu na echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka gịnị bụ ihe butere ajọ ọnọdụ anyị na-afụ n'obodo anyị kịta
o nwerekwa onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya iche maka ama m na ka ọ dịbe oke bụ ka ọ dịbe ogene maka gịnị ọrụ anyị pụtasị otu a ị na-akọ ka ọ dịbe gị ana m akọkwa ka ọ dịbe m ịfụ na o nwere onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya na ya bụ ife na-agbacha onye ọbụla arụ o nwere onye ọ kaala mma iche n'ebe anya n'obodo anyị kịta ọtụtụ ihe bụ ihe na mụ onwe m che bụ ihe na-akpata nke mmakwa na ndị ọzọ na-ekwupụtakwa ihe gbasatalụ ọ dị m ka ya bụ mmiri osite n'isi mmiri wee gbalụtaba o wee na-emetụta onye ọbụla ị na-anya n'obodo anyị kịta ihe mmanụ eji anya ụgbọala fuel ga n'enu ọjị ọ bụ ọzọ mmadụ niile mgbe mbụ bụ ịpụta moto a na-echikọrọ ibie mana kịta ọrụ inwe ya ego iji agbanye fuel wee bupụtebe ya n'ụzọ ị na-anya ife na ndị mmadụ paakịchazi moto fa were ụkwụ na-akụ ya mana ngwa ngwa anya bụ ego mmanụ afọ tinyere ego ife niile arịa n'enu ọjị ọ narazi ekwe mmetụta aka mmanụ ụgbọala so n'ihe butere ife esimike kachakwa n'ebe ndị afịa nọ
enebe anya ka o si aga n'echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka ọ gịnị ka ọ ga-abịa eme ka ị ga-esi wee kwụọ onye okwu ka ihe ọ dị ka ọ ga-abịa eme ọnọdụ anyị dịtụma mma
ngọ nwanne m like metụrụ nke a aka ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ dịkwa ma taksị asị anyị kwụọ asị ndị afịa niile kwụba ma ị kpọsara lee ma ị kpọsara ịkwụọ taksị mana ekele dị Chineke aka m asịkwa onye sịrị anyị kwụba taksị a ya wetunata aka mana ana m anụ kepụkepụ na gọvanọ petermbah asịgo ndị na-akwa baro ma ọ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ma ụmụ nwoke na-akpọsacha afịa tebụl n'ụzọ fakwụsịsị anya bụ ịkwụ taksị na-asọ ọ bụ na nke a bụ eziokwu na ekene dịrị gọvanọ anyị gọvanọ Ndụbụisimbah nke na-achị Enugu steeti mana o nwekwa ọtụtụ ife ndị ọzọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka maka ama m na o si n'isi dịka m kwuru na mbụ ọ bụ na gọvanọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka jọkwanụ onye isi ala ka ewetuo n'ọnụ fuel a maka eji m n'aka na ewetu ọnụ fuel ngala ọnụ ya na ọ ihe niile ga-agbadata maka na akpara aka ebe afọ onye ọbụla ndị ụgbọala dazi ekwezi ijegodo ime obodo igote ife ofu ife ahụ a ga-ebunu gị nata a ga-ebunu gị je etichaa ego anwa o mezie ngwa afịa agala ọnụ n'ọnya bụ ihe nna ya
daalụrị nne dịka nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ gee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọkwa n'ụfọdụ ọnọdụ a maka ọtụtụ ndị ka ọnọdụ a mebiri isi ghasaa ọtụtụ ndị ka ha ma ha amaghị ojije na n'aka gee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị
ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m enwekwa m ndụmọdụ a bụ na anyị ga-enwe ndidi wetuo obi na chinchi siri ụmụ ya na ife dị ọkụ ya emechaa ọjụọ oyi maka ekwenyere m n'ebe Chineke nọ na ife mfiamarụ ada adịgide ọ ka ya eme Chineke emekwara anyị ebere ihe niile adajụ ọzọ bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-enwe ndidi anwa ewetu obi baa na be gị ịma nwoke ịra menata onwe gị otu afọ izizi na-eche na mgbe gara aga n'iji okporoko jiri mkpụrụ azụ jiri crayfish jiri kanda na-esi ofe icheta na ọnọdụ agbanwego imenata iwefunata ụfọdụ na onwero ka iticha ha ncha o nwekwa ike ndị na-etiri ọkara ihe ahụ itigere ofe ha atọkarịkwa nke gị so ineba anya ịpịakọnata nwa akpa gị oke ọra ka ọ ghara ife anya arụrị nne ọnya ka ndụmọdụ na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị be m
ọ bụrụ onye nwe ọsị na ọ cut your clothes according to size.
Ada kọtụzi clothes kịta according to size. Nọ ine ka clothes gị ra ịkwalụ oke ọ ya akwata nwuru gị. Ọ bụrụ nke enu ka ọ ya clothes gị ya akwata nwuru gị kọtụ ịkwalụ enu rapụ nke mgbada ọ bụrụ nke mgbada ịkwa debe maka ịkọtụwa ka ịra akwa gị nwere ike ma ya ezu na gị arụ. Ọkụ ya bụ nke.
Daalụ ekene gị.
Daalụ.
Afọ m bụ Sunday Nnadi onye akịgbu ugwu ụmụ atọgbọ ụmụ akịgbu ugwu nka n'elu. So ọnọdụ anyị n'obodo a na maazị m kwuo na ọ na-agba m anya mmiri because of na ihe ndị nna nna anyị na-anọghịzi ndụ fụchara ọ bụ na ha nọ kịta a ga-asị na ụwa emebigo na ọkụsọ na ọ bụghị ọjọọ ọnọdụ ha hụrụ ụwa ka ọ na-egosije. So mana onye dị ndị anya ma njin ọsọ eje gbuo owie n'ihe ọ na-ahụ nwekwa ma ihe dị kịta osiri ike oshiri ọ bụ na otu a ka ochie mgbe nna nna anyị ha nọ many people ama nnọkwa ndụ na-ahụ ya na-echinye na-ekiri ya ọchara akụkọ maka ịtọnụkwa dịkwa ihe ya kwụkwa dọda side ka e were so ọ bụrụ ya na-ekwu ọ bụrụ ya tụpụrụ okwu so obodo a na-anọ dịka oshiri nke akpa chi na-asata a na-achị ka ọ dị mma ya na-ahụkwa ya na-ahụ abụ ka ọ na-adị njọ onwe mgbe chi satara achị na ọbụ ya nọchikịta chibụ anụ ọzọ chi na-efoto ọ bụ ihe na-ata ka ị na-ana echi many things story enweghị ọnọdụ weji sekuriti ọ bụ sekuriti ka a ga-ekwu echi weji ndị nchekwa ọsọsọ chukwu na-echechi mmadụ na ihe nchekwa niile na-agago onye ọzọ chukwu na-echekwa mmadụ chukwu na-echekwa na mgbe a na-evuji mmadụ ka ahụ ọkụkọ bịa ovuru egbe mpụtakwa ovuru ọkụkọ ụta ka mmadụ ibe mmadụ si evujiri mmadụ ibe oweji n'ohodop ọsọ chineke isi okwe na-achite chi eso okwe otu aka isi ndụ ya ndị nke n'ebe nke egbe akpọrọ tiishi so ọ bụzi ka ezi ebe nchekwa anyị wejiri ọ bụzi ndị ọchịchị anyị ka a na-enekwuchi anyị owezi nchekwa chukwu bihe na-echekwachi mmadụ ụmụ ogbe kịta so ihe m nwere ike ikwu n'ọnọdụ a na-anọ ma for me abịa juo nke ezinụlọ ọ bụ ya na-akwụ n'ụgwọ akwụ mgbe gara aga a na-akwụ kịta mgbe nke kịta anụnwa bụzi ọ kachi njọ tem na-agwụ na-adụ abịa ka abanye tem ọzọ achịrịpụta kwuturukwu ị ga na-ekwukọtakwa gbagogide ka ịkwụwuo ya ihe bet amandụ uju n'ukwu so weji ebe ha si eme ka ọnọdụ a katara detawa mma ya na-eme ya eme ka ọ na-aka njọ everyday chichi na asabụ ka ọ na-aka njọ so na aghọtaghị m isi ụwa anyị nọ kịta.
Daalụ rinne dịka nna nọ n'ezinụlọ kee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ndị nna ndị ọzọ na-afụkwa ọnọdụ anụnwa anyị nọ ya.
Ndị nna adịghị ma sista bụ na mmadụ achị na onye chi ya na-egbughe mmadụ ama mgbughe and onye nke na-ezubeghịkwa na amachi ka eje wụọ because of nke eje tinye isi n'ụdọ wụọ ọ ebe ọ ga-aka njọ na ọ bụ onye ọbụla enweghị okwukwe na Chineke na one day na ọ ya adị mma ịgbawakwa mbọ na ọbụla ị ga-eri ugwu na-agba okwu na-agbachi ike na ehopu Chukwu na ọ ya adị mma ọsọ ihe okwu mmadụ ibe na ọ ya adị mma ma sista onye kwere nkwa ike ikwuchigodo nwa gị lele asị ga-agbarizi end of the day ọwụghị na ọ bụrụ ka ị gị mmeri na ọka mma na ije gị n'ịtụkwasị Chukwu obi na Chukwu bụ ịma na ọbịa bihe ga-asọvọga the problem ihe a na-akwu maka ọwụ ike iwe isi ọtago so my sister onweghị onye ọbụla makwa ka ọ ga-esiwe gwa onye nke ọ bụ ya na okwu ya gwa ya tụkwasị obi Chukwu na one day na ọ ya adị mma gbachiwe mbọ ọ na-agba ike ọsọfọ kwuru sọsọ ihe na-enye m obi ọcha na-ekwe m zer bụ na from us anyị nọ from agbamụmba anyị ka ga-esiwe rift anyị up ebe a ga-esiwe vuni anyị so onwe mgbe ọ chara na agbamụmba anyị ga-esi wee yekwa ihe anọda sọfa ọtago sọsọ na-enye m ọgụ na ndụ a.
Daalụ rinne daalụ sọ.
Afa m bụ Gloria Ọnụọha Chinwe.
ị na-anya n'ihe na-eme n'obodo a kịta ndị ụfọdụ na-eti mkpu obodo bụ igwe ọnọdụ obodo anyị nwee ka o si wee dị dịka onye na-azụ afịa o nwee ka ọnọdụ obodo a si wee metụta gị
ị na-ajụ ajụ ọ na-emetụta onye ọbụla ma onye enu ma onye anị ya dị n'obodo karị kịta nwa ọkalị ife isi ike kalị onwe ha na-egota nwuzi n'afịa ije gota nwa egota nwe bata iliele abụla okwu maka na afịa da adịkebezi kịta maka na ihe na-abịa maka ọlụ ndị ọlụ oyibo ịkwụ ha ụgwọ bụzi nsogbu n'ọkwa na-akwụwa ndị ọlụ oyibo ụgwọ ha bịa kwụọ anyị wee bịakwa bịa fụọ bikolo anyị ihe ife gara ka ọnụ n'ime afịa nga ife gara ọnụ dị too much ọkalị ife igota tata ịga ego echi ọ bụ ọzọ ife igota ka ị ga-ego echi so ọ bụ na-emetụta n'ụzọ dị iche iche ma ife ụzọ dị iche iche ebe niile onwe ka o si dịrị onye ọbụla ya mfe kịta ife nsogbu ụkalị ebekwa gọọmenti anyị anyị tax 36,000 anyị kwụcha ya na mgbe ka anyị ga-abịa kwụọ ụgwọ shọpụ ife dị na ya ọkalịlị mana anyị na-ekele Chineke na o nyere ya arụ isi ike anyị na-agba mbọ
daalụ rinne ịma a na-asị na ihe sibu ike na ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-aka afụ ụfụ n'arụ eziokwu na ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ ka afụ ụfụ n'arụ
nke a bụ eziokwu maka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-afụ na ezinụlọ na-aga ọfụma enwekwa ike ụmụaka sị gị na abụrụ ihe ụtụtụ ga aga n'efife gị bụ nne ga-agbakelibe anyị ka ịfụ na ị ga-enwe ego edibi ụlọ ọ sị gị na-ewetago nke ya nweta ụnụ mma na-ejie ya gị maka ọ dịzịla ịma na ụmụaka na ha ga-achọ nke ha bụ ntụtụ n'ọbụ nke ya iwe gbakelibe anyị so ya dịka gasị na ihe na-ebe bụrụ anyị nwa ka ọ bịa dị juzi anyị na-arụ mana nwere m Chineke nyekwa anyị ume anyị ji eme ihe niile anwa anyị na-agakwa
ka ihe na yọ gọọmenti ka ha mee maka ime ka ọnọdụ agbadatatu
ebe n'ime gọọmenti nke ka gosi gị nke ọ bụ na fa ga-arapụla anyị taksị anyị na-ekwu na ọ bụkwa na ibu ọ bịa nwe ka ha ga-esi mekwara ya ka o menatakwanụ ka anyị nwekwana ike wee nyere anyị aka abịakwana mgbe ndị ngwa ọrụ ebe na ha na-anwe ike na-akwa ndị ọrụ ụgwọ n'oge maka a na-aga na-anyega kwugo na ha ada akwụ ha ụgwọ n'oge na-akwụ ụgwọ n'oge ha nwekwe awe na-amaneji na nwere ebe ọ tọrọ ute ma gọọmenti nwa ma anyị nwa bụ ndị a na-achị achị nwechalụ ebe onye ọbụla si eli mperi nke ya so n'ọnya
daalụ rinne na mmechi okwu gị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị nne na-achịkọta ezinụlọ
ndụmọdụ mmadụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị na-achịkọta ezinụlọ bụrụ onye ọbụla foka ifesi wee dị onye ọbụla ijikọta onwe ya aka jide onwe ya aka emena na onye ame na ọ bụ na onye nke ọzọ mee ka ndị ka onye aka ndị ka onye maka ịmara ihe onye ahụ na-eme o ji wee dị etu ọ dị so n'uche obi m ị na-anya na ezinụlọ efu ka ezinụlọ si wee dị ịchịkọnye onwe gị wee nwee ike ka ị wee nwee ike nye ụmụ gị ezi ọzụzụ etu a ụwa wee na-aga na onwerekwa n'ebe ọ tọrọ ute
daalụ rinne o nwere ebe ụwa tọrọ ute mee ka ọ dị mma daalụ gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị na nke tata ihe anyị nele anya n'ime bụ ọnọdụ obodo anyị ka o si emetụta gị nwa maka ọtụtụ mgbe ka anyị bụ ndị ụmụ nwaanyị ụmụada ndị inyom anya na-eti kpaa ogbuo ma ọ kpaa m eme nke obodo bụ igwe ndị nọ n'ime ebụla ayọn onye nke ọzọ asị gị obodo bụ igwe ndị nọ n'ime ebụla aga mana n'ime ihe niile enwere ka esi eme ya dịka ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ tinyegoro ọnụ n'okwu ama m nke bụ echiche obi gị ọ dị njọ ọ dị mma naanị onye ị ga-enekwesị anya bụ Chineke nọ n'eluigwe maka onwe ọnọdụ ọbụla ị ga-afụ n'ụwa na-ama ha ka esi eme ya ịmalụ nke ga-ekwe gị omume mee ya ihe anyị ma bụ tata ka mma echi akazia mma ebe tata ka nye ya mma echi kalụ tata mma ka ekwe na onye anyị bụ anyị na-ekwesị Chineke anya anyị bụ ndị nne ụmụ nwaanyị ndị inyom anya na-eti kpọọ igbu anyị akpa anyị ọ bụ na ime oke nke gị hapụ ndị nke ọzọ ọtụtụ ihe na-abịa na mgbanwe dịka esi wee kwuo ọtụtụ si wee tinye ọnụ n'okwu ifugo na gọvanọ ewepụgo taksị ụfọdụ n'ebe ndị ọtụtụ ndị na-azụ afịa nọ amakwa m na echi ga-aka mma wee ruo mgbe ọzọ abụ m Ngozi Ọtahụmele ka emesịa a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Glad it's our heart to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed for the safety of lives and property. It also makes lots of efforts to make sure or guarantee life and property of man in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of other effort to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obase. And our focus for today is on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Doris N. Ago, you are welcome on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. May we know how you feel serving as a safety officer in this capacity?
Oh, thank you very much. Once again, I think it's like a dream come true, you know. I will say that it's like doing what you love doing. I like helping, I like talking to people, I like teaching. So finding myself under the public enlightenment is like doing what I love doing, and it makes it very easy for me to do.
Okay, now may we know what's different between the road safety duties and then the safety itself?
Road safety duties.
What I mean is this, having safety as a tool by the road safety officers, what do they do with it?
Let me start by saying road safety duties. Let me first go to what you said initially. Road safety duties are not just road safety duties, it's everybody's duties. It's what keeps everyone alive. It's just that we are there to remind people of what they are supposed to have known. So when we talk about the safety parts of life, it is our duty, my duty and yours. But we are there to remind people that we need to do this right so that every one of us will stay alive. Then safety is safety everywhere. It's a state of being away from danger, away from harm, you know. And nobody wants to be where you get harm. So safety means being safe, being away from danger, being away from harm.
Now, may you know why you think it is very important, or that safety is very important to the road users and other people?
Okay, daily we see things on the road, you know, names, lives lost, property lost, you know, devastating things that you see daily, and they are not good to see, you know. It is our duty and we have to do it. Some of these things, when you see them, you don't even eat for days, but this is your work and you have to do it. Safety is important to everybody, because if we go out in the morning, it's expected that you go out to get what you eat and you come back safely to your loved ones. So when there is the person that went out in the morning does not arrive where he was going to, or did not come back home safely, you see, we have lost life, we have lost time, we have lost property, and there are so many people that are dependent on these active ones that go out to look for food, you know. Like the old ones stay at home, the kids go to school, they stay at home. Those of us that are still active are the ones that go out. And when one life is lost, you find out that there are about 6-7 people depending on just this one life that we lose on the road. So we don't want to be losing lives. We want the economy to improve. We want people to live their life in full. And also we want the kids not to be vulnerable, because when you lose a father or you lose a mother, it exposes those kids to what they are not supposed to do. You know, when the father is not there to tend to them, do what is right, they tend to grow on their own, and it could be anything. And when the society is not safe, when we have so many people out there that are not prepared for life, we start having urchins and nobody is safe. So it is better all of us stay safe so that all of us will be happy.
You speak more like safety is your calling.
I love it.
All right, that's very good of you. I want us to be more specific this time. I want you to itemize the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road.
Okay, I want to start with our vision statement. Our vision statement is to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. You know, when we talk about it, we mean that there are, this is what we desire. This is what our calling is. We want people to come out, find their food, go home safely, you know. And we want the roads to be safe for all of us to use, you know. And you don't just wish it, this is your vision, and you stay at home and let it work out. So we started with making rules, laws. There's a traffic rules, the laws that must be obeyed so that we attain that we desire. And in making those laws, we need to talk to people to know that these laws are meant for you to obey. And these are the don'ts, these are the do's. If you do this, you arrive safely. If you do that, you might have mishap. So we now go out there to educate people. This is what we are doing now.
Okay.
The public enlightenment part of it. The first one is to make the laws. The second one is we go out there to talk to people. We go to churches, we go to schools, marketplaces, we go to mosque. We're talking on medias, and we're telling people this is what you have to do to stay alive. Then, after talking to people, you know, our normal Nigerian factor, they will talk now, people will talk, you know, that kind of a thing. After talking now, we now devise another means, you know, we have to enforce. You know, that is when we have our patrol teams on the road. People that will accost you and say, where is your driver's license? Where is your speed? Do you have a speed limiter? Do you let's check if you're drunk and driving, you know. You are over speeding. Do you have a spare tire? Do you have extinguisher in your vehicle? You know, are you wearing your seat belt? Are you supposed not to wear it? You know, we get people, we accost you one-on-one this time. We are no longer in the media talking to you. This is now face-to-face. And this is the part of us that people don't like. You know, because people are hurrying to go to work, hospital, businesses, you know, they have one thing or the other that brought them out on the road. And you now see an officer stopping you and saying, you didn't do it right. Why are you not wearing your seatbelt? Some people will tell you it's not my business. You know, are you the one that's going to die? Yes, we are all involved. Because if you die on the road, or one dies on the road, we don't leave the person there. It could cause another crash. So we have to carry the human debris, you know, with stuff that you don't like to see, but you see it because it's your work you carry. So we now have to go and carry those things. And that's why we keep ringing the bell. Wear your seatbelt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive. Make sure your tires are good. You know, the rain is starting now very soon. And it's expected that everybody checks the tire. The wipers have been there for a very long time. People don't use it because it's not raining, you know. And because it has been there, you think it is still working until you are driving in the night and the rain starts. You find out the wipers are not working, and that is a hazard on the road, you know. So we go out there to accost them. You didn't do it right. Why did you beat the traffic light? Because you could be trying to beat this traffic light, and another person that has the right of way is coming, and there will be a crash. That is why we say obey traffic rules, and when they don't do it, then we will now have to impound the vehicle or give them a ticket to pay. You know, this ticket we give them is not because they pay a lot. You can give as little as 3,000, 2,000. But what matters is that we are making you understand that your time, we can delay you. You know, by the time you go and pay federal government, you don't pay to us, it's not our money, it's a central cost, so you pay to the federal government. By the time you take your time to pay that small 3,000, it's very minimal. But you go to the bank and waste your time, and you find that that's overspeeding you were doing that time. It has taken you like 2 hours or 3 hours. You have just managed and drive the right way and get to your destination.
Is that how the person pays the same day?
No, it's not the most. You pay the same day. But if you have a driver's license, we'll take your license, we'll give you the ticket. If you pay, you come back and collect your license and you go. So we take something that is valuable, that belongs to us because we are the producers of this license. So we take it and ask you to go and pay, and you come back and take your license. But we are just trying to tell you that what you did was wrong. Not just what you pay. What you pay is just things. Some people will even want to like, please take 10,000, just go. We say no, go to the bank, go and do the hustles, go there, pay, come back to us, so that you remember the day you met us. We don't kind of get everybody the same day. Everybody has his own day. You might be passing one road for 10 years. We might not even accost you until one day we accost you. So that's our duties. Then we also do the rescue services. This rescue services comes when every other thing has failed, kind of. We have gone there to teach you. We made the laws. We've gone to teach you. We on the road, we accosted you and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And because everybody has his own day, maybe the ones we said didn't matter to you, then comes the crash. When the crash now happens, that is like the end of it all. We will now go and carry the debris, we clear the road, we take the wounded to the hospital, we take the dead to the morgue, And this is the part we don't want to do, We wish it will not happen. That is why we go before you and tell you, don't overdrive, don't drink and drive, don't overspeed, repair your vehicle. Let me even go back to what causes these crashes that we see on the road.
But before then, I want to understand, are you saying that any motorist that obeys all of the rules you are talking about, there will be nothing like crash?
Yes, if I obey the rule, you are driving alongside, you obey the rule, you repair your car is in good shape, you are mindful that it's raining, so you reduce speed, you know that the wipers are not good, you repair it, you do what you're supposed to, you don't beat lane, you don't drive in opposite direction, you don't beat traffic lights. These things will be reduced. And when you are descending a slope, like Dubuonyama, that is a recurring decimal that we usually see, it's sloping. There are other people that are using this road. We have big lorries and vehicles that are using this road. And you want to overtake. You are not seeing your front, you are trying to overtake. That means you want something to happen. But if you obey the rules, if you know that these vehicles are going down, they cannot turn. They can't attack you from turning around to it's only when you try to maneuver that we can have issues. That is when we have head-on collisions, because you didn't see the vehicle that is coming up and you try to maneuver. And we don't have much space on that road. So if we obey rules, these crashes will be reduced. And even if it happens, the impact will not be much. So yes, if we obey rules, it reduces traffic crashes.
Okay. Let me quickly come to the causes of the road accident.
Okay. We have.
But before then, do you think you are succeeding in the job you are doing? Like, are you making progress? Are you recording successes?
Of course, if you're not.
You do.
If you're not recording successes, we won't be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you eradicate road accident on the highways. But we still hear accidents here, almost on daily basis.
No, I said our vision. That is our dream. You don't dream. You can dream that you are in London. It is your dream. That is our vision. We want a situation whereby we will eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. But it depends on you and I. If we have this vision and we are working towards it, and you as humans out there are not doing what they are supposed to do, I can't be doing my own and doing their own. We made the law, we are doing the enforcement, we are doing the public enlightenment, we do the clearing, and if you decide not to help us to achieve this, saving lives, that could be yours, that could be your parents, that could be your child's own, then we will keep pushing. We'll keep doing it, we'll keep pushing, hoping that one day people will understand it and follow the rules.
Okay, you assured me that you're making successes.
Yes, we do.
From the much you are doing already.
Yes.
And my interest is why the road accident, and after which people die. Let's come back to the causes of the road accident.
Okay, we have two main causes of crashes on the road. We have the mechanical faults, we have the human factor, then we have the environmental factor. I'll start with the environmental factor. Environmental factor is like that happened in our home just a few weeks ago. A big tree fell and crushed some people. That is the environmental factor. It rarely happens. It doesn't happen every day. That thing that happened might take up to 10 years before we hear that kind of story again. Trees might fall, but it might not fall on a vehicle. You understand? So it's rare. The occurrence is rare. Then we have the mechanical fault. The mechanical fault is maybe something along the way, something happened. Maybe the engine caught fire, things like that. Mechanical, or maybe a repair that went wrong, you know, can spark up a fire in a vehicle. Or you change tire, you didn't fix it well, you know. But if you check it very well, you find out that the human hand is still in it. You know, the mechanical factor now. Then in that case, whose fault particularly? I'm still coming to that. Okay. So we now have the human factor. The 85% of why we have crashes on the road is due to the human factor. Human factor being that when you fix the tire, you didn't do it right. Your tire is due to be changed, you didn't change it. Your brake is light and you know it's getting flat and you did not change the brake pad. You know, and you are driving in the night without light. You don't have a functional wiper. You need to go for maintenance, you didn't go. When you drink and drive, you overspeed, you carry overload. All those things are human factor because we have a choice not to do it that way. You can decide to load the normal load on your vehicle and you carry it. Forget about the money. We don't think about the wears and tears that happens to a vehicle. All we wanted was that money that we wanted to make that time. So we now give like 85% of the reasons why we have crashes on the road is because of the human being. The remaining 15% is between the mechanical fault and the environmental factor. So you find out that the humans are the reasons why we have crashes. And of course, it's the humans that it affects after the end of it all. Okay,
I want to put a question this way to you. If your target, being a safety officer on the road, if your target is to prevent accident, if it is, and if peradventure we are still seeing accident here and there and all of that, do you think you are succeeding in that your target?
Even in the Western world, in the places where we feel that they have attained everything, you know, everything is in place, everything works well, we still have crashes there and we still have fatalities there. You know, there is never a time that we can totally eradicate crashes, but what we want is to make sure that we don't have fatalities when it happens. You can have minor crashes, somebody might mistakenly hit you, without looking well, you now bump into your car, you take it to mechanic, you repair. We don't want to have people dying on the road. We don't want to have fatalities. It will happen. But let us reduce the fatality of the effect that we have.
All right, how do you treat traffic offenders? You have mentioned that in some cases you give ticket to pay some money. Apart from that, what are other punitive measures?
Punitive measure, that's just a punitive measure that we give. You pay your ticket, you come and collect your vehicle. Then there's some minor offenses that we can just caution you, we can talk to you, and you will go. You know, so it depends on the gravity of the offense that you commit. Okay, let's look at somebody that is driving in the opposite direction. You are supposed to be going straight and you're driving on the opposite direction.
Before then, I'm interested in the punitive measures.
And that's what I'm still saying.
Okay, if the only punitive measure you have is to caution and then issue ticket to pay, I am thinking, or am I mistaken if I think you have the right to arrest?
We will arrest you before we give you a ticket.
Oh.
After the arrest, you now take your ticket and you go and pay.
Okay, just arrest and issue the ticket, you don't prosecute?
It depends on what the person did. Like, sometimes I was trying to talk about somebody driving in the opposite direction. That person is supposed to be taken to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Because why should he be driving opposite and the vehicle? You know, you can have a head-on collision, and that's the most fatal crashes that we have on the road, because it's head-on collision, the person there. So if one is caught driving that way, you should go to a psychiatric for an evaluation. So it depends on what the person did before we now give the measure that we're supposed to give.
Now, how do you succeed in your arrests since you don't carry rifles? Yes. How is it possible to you?
Well, I will not say.
People can be violent.
I will not say. I will not say it is very easy. Our men are going through a lot to do the work. In short, when they are doing a humanitarian job, they are trying to save lives, and you see people out there fighting them, you know. And when something happened, you know, somebody that has been accosted, maybe you stop the person from doing what he was doing, or he didn't achieve what he wanted to because you stopped him and you booked him, and you see any slightest issue with a road safety officer, the person will be the first to from somewhere start throwing stone and start causing trouble. You don't know what the person has in mind, you know. You don't know why the person is doing it, and another person that does not know why he is doing it will now join. We are doing our work to save lives. If a road safety officer stops you and says your tires are worn, change it. Or even if he book you for this tire that is worn, he's trying to save your life tomorrow. I have an example. I was a time in Benue then when I was possessed to that way, walking in Benue. One vehicle from Enugu was going to Makurdi. And at the roundabout, Enugu roundabout in Benue, we accosted him. He refused to stop. He zoomed off. By the time he passed the Benue command, there's one bend before you start moving on to Makurdi. The car had a crash. He didn't die, you know, but his legs, they must ampute those legs, you know. So it was still the same team that tried to stop him for overspeeding that went to do the rescue services. And then when he saw them, he started crying. It was late already. So when we are cautioning people, they don't value it. It's when they now get to the end, they now start valuing our work, you know. But that is not how it's supposed to be. You should value those people that say, stay safe, do the right thing so that your life lasts longer for you.
Okay, you confirmed that it is not easy arresting people without rifles?
No, it's not.
You
too should know that.
I am thinking so.
It's not
I mentioned
easy,
before
we have to do our job.
People can be funny, yes, and they can be violent also. Okay, do you think, or do you wish that government approves rifle to you to make your work easy?
Well, I think those people that are working towards getting that, they've not relented. So if the government feels it is needed to enhance the job, to make it easier for us, I think they will go ahead and give it to us.
Okay, I want to be particular here. What is your punitive measures for driving without seat belt or using phone on steering?
It is not much, like 3,000. It's not much.
Oh, like 3,000?
Yes, but what
will you stand there and then and make sure that person puts on the seat belt?
We will. Okay, it's done this way. If you have a driver's license, that driver's license is an important document, you know. Okay. So we will hold your license. Then you can go and do your duties. You wear your seatbelt before you move. If you like, you go out to remove it. We have done our duty to make you wear it. But if you don't have a valid license, maybe your license is already expired, that means we impound this vehicle until you go and pay. Then you renew your license. If it's renewable, if you don't have a license, you start a new license, and it takes like 6 weeks to get it. So however it is, you have to go through this pain to remember that you need to do the things that you're supposed to do right so that you get the right result.
You mentioned earlier that it is part of your duties to issue driving licenses.
Yes.
You did so.
Yes.
Now, how do you ascertain who is worthy to be issued this license before you do that?
Okay, I would say this particular issue, it's not something we can just box into this. When we need to talk about license, we will do it, the whole day stuff. But I will say that it is a tripartite arrangement where we have the VIO, you have the Board of Internal Revenue being part of it, and we have our own side of it. You know, the board, they do the check-ins, you know, they have their own side of it. Then we produce. Production means we are at the end of it all. You know, we come for capture in office, we send it to a plant, it is produced, and it returns back to Board of Internal Revenue. So you go and collect from board. That's why I say it's tripartite. We are three doing this work to ensure success. Okay, anybody that is carrying driving license, what is the implication? That person can drive, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Why do we see a lot of people who parade driving license and they cannot drive? I think it's a personal thing. People go to driving schools. People go to school. Let me even drop the driving school side. People go to school, they graduate, and they cannot defend their certificates everywhere. You know, you still see people that didn't even go to school, but when you see them talk or act, you're like, this person is learned, you know. It is a personal thing. People, if you want to learn something, if you feel you have a passion to do something, you should do it right. People just, if I don't have a license, I will not drive. So let me go to driving school and pass out and collect my license. And well, we're forgetting that this, you're driving, you're not carrying your life, your family, and a lot of other people. You're carrying lives, and you need to protect this life. You know, when somebody now entrusts life into your hand and enter your vehicle, it's like, I am at your mercy. Take me to my destination, you know. And people don't understand the gravity of being a driver. You know, I've been driving for like 12 or 13 years now, and once I enter the car, like, you need to focus. No matter what it is, you need to focus. But some people see it as just something we do to just get.
Do you not think that happens because you're a safety officer?
I started driving before I joined the car.
Okay. There are a lot of other people who see they drive recklessly. You have noticed that?
Yes, there are so many reasons why people drive recklessly. It's not because they don't know how to drive, but maybe they are under influence. One, maybe they want to show off. There's some cars you carry, you want people to see you, you know.
And maybe they have the license and they're not qualified to own a license.
Well, it's another ball game altogether. But if you already have a license, you should live up to it. You can be qualified, you can know how to drive, and you still make mistakes on the road. Like you can see a professor, many people, you know, driving under influence. You can see somebody that didn't go to school, just driving maybe to earn a living, and is driving well. It all depends on the person. So carrying a license is not a ticket that person is very qualified. It is in you. You will decide if you will do it right. Like every other job that we do, you will decide, I want to excel in this thing I'm doing, and you will work towards excellence. But if you just want to do it anyhow, then you do it anyhow. We are all adults, you know. Even when you are accosted and corrected, when you leave that place, you continue what we do, because our eyes are not everywhere. We cannot follow you everywhere. We have like how many of us in the state? We can't control everybody, but we keep going one after pace by pace, hoping that people will understand and act right.
Okay, let's look at the requirements for obtaining a driving license.
It is, like I told you years ago, it's a long process. So when you want us to talk about driver's license, it's going to take us a whole day to talk about. But first you have to go to a driving school. So when you go to after the driving school and you are certified that you have passed your driving school, then you come over for your capture. So after the capture, it's sent to the database where it's produced and it returns to the Board of Internal Revenue for collection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to observe a short break, but when we come out from the break, we would like you to tell us the importance of fire extinguisher in every vehicle.
It's all right.
Everyone, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time. We have been here discussing the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road, and we know you are there. Thank you so much. Just a short break, we shall be right back. Don't go away.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Thank you so much for being there. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Enugu State Command, Doris and Ago. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before we went to the short break, we were talking about the importance of fire extinguisher in vehicles.
Okay, fire extinguisher is what we use to extinguish fire if it happens while driving or even when it's stationary. And because the fire that is involved in vehicle is not just ordinary fire, there's fuel, involved, so we expect something big. You know, when it breaks out, the combustion is always high, and it needs something that will combat it. So the fire extinguisher is basically the only, you know, people use soap, water, omo, sand, but what gets it extinguished fast so that you will not have much destruction on the vehicle is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. Well, how does it matter that someone drives a vehicle without a plate number?
Wow. That's a security breach, if I can say that. If you are driving a vehicle without a plate number, we don't know if it's stolen, if it's your own. Yeah, it's still not registered, it's not licensed already. You're not supposed to drive a vehicle that does not have a plate number. You know? Okay. So,
then what's the punishment allotted to that?
We will, if you are accosted, we'll keep it, you get a plate number. You go and register it. It means that the vehicle is not registered. And if it's even bad on the person that's driving it, because if somebody takes it and registers it, it becomes the person's own. So it's dicey. It is not safe for anybody to drive a vehicle without a plate number. That means it's not registered.
There were still a lot of government official vehicles going without plate numbers.
Don't bring them here. They are government. They know what they want to do and they are doing it. So they just don't bring that here.
Okay. I want to know how you succeed in educating the motorists and the general public on the safety rules. How do you succeed in doing that? Where do you get them? Okay,
I want to say what we have the children home. We have youth safety education where we do those ones in school, primary and junior secondary. In secondary school, you know, that's we call it the youth safety education. We have the road safety club. These are the youth couples, the couples that are attached to us. They also help us in the enlightenment. We teach them, they teach us, you know, teaching people that will teach others. Okay, we still have the regulars like me that go out to schools, to markets, to public places to talk to people. You know, when you are educating people, when you're talking to them, they listen. So long as they are not passing with their money, it is okay. They like to listen to it. If you have pictures, they love it. You have flyers, they'll collect it from you. You know, the only time they're angry with you is when you accost them, you want to book them, you want to give them ticket to go pay. That is the only time they don't like the work we do. But every other work we do, it's okay with them. They love it. So it's easy to talk to people, especially when you know what to tell them and where it concerns them. You know, there was this time we had a program that we were going to all these trailers that brings cattle down to this place, tomatoes and those things. We went to them and we were trying to educate them not to be entering the same vehicle where we have cattle and goods. You know, we were teaching them that it's not good to travel in the same vehicle where we have cattle and tomatoes and all that. When something happens, the fatality is always high. Yes, they liked it. But when you look the other way, they say, how can he travel from the north and enter? The motor will come alone. He now enter another bus and pay another money. Everybody is trying to save this money. Nobody is trying to remember that life is important, you know. But when you go there, they will like it. They will talk to you. They will be nice to you. They will listen. But it is the execution that really matters. How many of them, after talking and you turn your back, will really do the right thing? Okay. You know? So, okay, that's where the problem is. Yes, it's not. Because I was about asking you, but I know that talking to students is important. Talking to market women, it's important. But then I think where the problem is, or the compliance. Compliance first, but then I think it is the motorists. Because drinking or steering is about the motorist. Not putting on the seatbelt is about the motorist. What again, overspeeding is about the motorist. Not using the fire extinguisher, it's about them. Using phone on the steering, it's about them and all of that. So they are more directly involved. So that's what I mean. How do you go about getting the most appropriate people and talking to them? Of course, when you're talking to the market people, you have the drivers of the truck there. We go to motor parks, we go to churches, we go to, you actually go everywhere. You talk to people, you must get people at every point in time, even bus stops. It might be passing and you talk to people at every point in time. Even when you're correcting a child that is trying to cross the road wrongly, it is public enlightenment. You know, if you have a passion to do it, even do it unconsciously. You're like, hey, stop it! You don't even know where you're doing. Stop! Don't do that. It's wrong. Before you know, you have already passed the information that you need to pass. You know, we are doing our work. Let people comply. That's
okay. Looking at the rate of compliance already, do you think you have done enough, or do you consider moving forward to do more?
There is no enough when it comes to life. When it comes to saving life, it's a continuous thing. It's an everyday thing. The people you talk today, if I go to a particular park for 5 weeks, the people now say you only get about 2 or 3 people that you have talked to there the next time you come. So you always see different people, new faces, and that is it means that it is a continuous process. You must continue to talk to people so that you can get more people. This is the only time you get like thousands in minutes, you know, when people watch and listen. That is where we get more audience. But going from park to markets to churches, you know, you talk to a congregation, and the next Sunday you will still meet new people, you know, and you still have new things to tell them. So it is a continuous process, and we are not relenting. Are
there separate things you are telling them, or it is the same safety rules you have mentioned here?
Safety rules will never end. You cannot exhaust them in a day. You know, you say this, but if it's don't drink and drive you want to talk about, you can talk about it the whole day, and you continue. You get another thing, you now talk about it.
Okay, then how do you meet up in the emergency cases on the road in the right time?
Okay, well, emergency cases, when we get a call, we have 5 minutes to meet. When it's emergency, every second counts. So we already have a standby vehicle for that. We have the ambulance that is always on standby day and night. People are there. Before you go, you pray. We don't want anything to happen, but if it happens, they are there to do it. You know. Then we have our tow truck in case they need to be towed. We have a tow truck that is on standby as well. So emergency, we are apt when it comes to emergency.
Okay. Then what do you do? What's your services in terms of emergency?
Evacuation. You know, those ones, when you come to emergency situation, worst case scenario, you have the dead, you have the wounded, you have those ones shouting. Those ones that are not even shouting are the worst cases. They might be wounded and dying, and they can't shout. So these are the first people we pick. The dead ones are already dead, so they are well out of it. You know, the ones that are shouting still have chances. Is those ones that are stuck, that might not be shouting, but they are still alive, that you rescue first. Then you pick those ones that are shouting because they are still conscious. So you pick the unconscious, then you pick the conscious and take them to the hospital before you come back for those ones that are dead. Then the debris need to be removed. Because if you leave an accidented vehicle or a crashed vehicle on the road, it is bound that another one will happen there. So immediately when the ones that are wounded are dead are moved, then the tow truck comes in and pull it off. If you cannot move them, because there's some vehicles you cannot move immediately, at least you take it off the roads so that other ones can have an access road and pass and reduce traffic on the road and help others to move on.
Do you make any effort to understanding the cause of any accident?
Yes, we do. In short, we have a team that always go back to a scene of a crash to check what happened. You know, once it happened, the person will be there. You know, eyewitnesses account matters. You know, the driver, if it's okay and conscious, can tell you what happened. Whoever is involved, passerbys, watchers will tell you what happened. Then you now match it with the other accounts you get, you know, from the driver, from the passengers, from the person from the other vehicle, and whoever is around. Then you still go back and analyze it. Then everything is cleared. You mark the person, those people mark the road and go back. Then sit back and analyze how it happens. And most times we get the pictures together, because the driver might not want to be liable, and he will be telling you, it wasn't me, I was trying to move and it bashed into me, you know. But when you see how the car or the vehicle is parked after the crash, or the skids, the tire skids, the marks on the road will show you where it started. If it was a brake failure, or if it was trying to match brake or trying to escape another oncoming vehicle. With that you can analyze and find out what happened, and you forward it for all to the headquarters.
What do you do with it?
They use that to make policies, to help in a situation where we have occurrences like in Ugunyama, where we always have occurrences. They are now looking at the topography of the place, what you can do to help the place to reduce accidents, crashes on the road. So they use it for policy making to help people escape crashes.
Okay, can you itemize some of the prevalent or more prevalent causes of road accident?
Okay, I will say one is overspeeding, drunk driving, overconfidence. That's another one that people don't even look at. When you will see a vehicle moving, the space, the place is narrow, and you feel you can move, I can drive, you want to maneuver. That overconfidence most times causes head collision, because you must have judged the oncoming vehicle and you feel your speed is higher, you can maneuver. And that one is not yielding way, because there's some people that will slow down for you to come, to pass. But there's some people that will like, why is it coming? Okay, let him come. The person will now think the other one will slow down, and that is when we have head-on collisions, and most times they are fatal.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. I want to know what you do to make sure that highway codes are standardized, road traffic codes.
You mean our own highway code?
Yes.
It is standardized on its own. It is of standard. I think we'll be talking about availability, but when it comes to standard, it is of international standard.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do you determine and enforce speed limit of vehicles?
Initially when the speed limiter came, we were trying to get everybody, most buses, to get it installed. Most buses, especially those that are running interstates, have speed limiter.
Okay.
But the ones I can say is the routine buses, most of them don't have it. But we are still working on. Some of them still come and say, I want a speed limiter. Because we enforce it. If you are accosted and you don't have it, you're supposed to have it, we enforce it. So some of them on their own, I don't want to wahala, I want to install the speed limiter. So people are still coming for speed limiter.
Okay, then is there any way you synergize with other agencies on the road, like the police on the road?
We are all sister agencies, and when we need their help, they are there. When they need our help, we are also there.
In what cases?
We collaborate with them in traffic execution of traffic rules. There's some places you come, you see police, you see other agencies, doing traffic work and all. The important thing is that we want the road to be sanitized. You do your own, I do my own. We come together. You find out that the works are interwoven somehow, so they help each other. The important thing is that we get the work done. Let people be safe in the state. That's what's important.
Are there other agencies involved? I mentioned the police.
I don't need to mention the others. We have call them sister agencies.
Okay.
We have people, uniform agencies that work together. We work together.
Okay, in all of this, I think the bottom line is the safety of people.
Sure.
And you have mentioned here that where we have the problem is on the aspect of compliance.
Yes.
What do you think should be done so that motorists will comply more than what we are seeing today?
I think we'll continue with the public alignment, because that is what we believe. We don't need to tie people to do the right thing. In as much as we accost you, we give you a ticket. If one do not want to change, you cannot change if you don't tell yourself we want to change. If somebody is continuously drinking and driving, it's only when he sits himself down and say, I don't want to be doing this. You can continue to be giving him ticket. He will be paying until he tells himself that this life, I don't want it, or he loses the life. So it's of two ways. Either he changes or he loses the life. So we will do our own, hoping that people will understand and do their own part, because I cannot do my own and do. I can't be driving for you and driving for myself. In as much as defensive driving teaches us that I can't be driving for myself and driving for you, but it's just taking safety precautions when I'm driving so that I'll stay away from you, so that you won't bump into me. That is what it teaches. But in the real sense, I can't drive your vehicle and drive my own at the same time. I can only play safe so that the person carry the wahala and pass and leave me in peace.
Are you not considering maybe the option of re-strategizing? Because most times you may not be able to get a different result if you do one thing over and over again, the same method.
I didn't say we are not getting results.
I know.
We are
the result is maybe plus or minus 50%.
No, it's not. Just
okay, give on the statistics.
I'm not giving you statistics now because I don't have it written down here. But I'm saying every year we check what we have done with the statistics, because every crash that happens, we pick the number of people involved, wounded, dead, whatever, the number of vehicles involved, and we send the statistics to our HQ, and they compile it. At the end of the year, they use it to make policies. If they are going to take higher, like there was a time we were doing reduction, 50% reduction of traffic crashes and fatalities. We know we made impact during this time. We reduced it to 25%. We kept moving it up and down, depending on the statistics on how you find out that last year we had crashes in Ngoyama, but the fatality was not what it used to be. This year we have fatalities, so we work towards reducing the fatalities. We didn't say it will not happen at all. We have not gotten to that point where crashes will not happen at all, but we want a situation whereby people will just be scratches, the vehicle will go to mechanic will repair it, and people will go home. So
I am looking at you as a teacher.
Thank you.
Because a teacher in a classroom teaching students or pupils, if you use this method, if it doesn't work, you may decide to change the formula. The second formula or the third one may work.
Yes.
If you use this example, if you see that maybe the pupils or the students are not, they don't understand, you may decide to use a separate example. With that, they may understand.
I do.
Mine is a clamor for more compliance.
Okay.
You have your method we've been using to teach, to educate the motorists and then the general public. I would have wished you re-strategize by way of getting to have or to teach them with different methods. Maybe we will record more compliances.
I am not saying we are not re-strategizing. We are doing it. Every year we do that. We bring up the way we're going to run it for the year. So strategies changes every time, so long as we are getting results. We will continue.
Okay, at this point in time, I want you to itemize the challenges you meet on the road with the motorist as the safety officer on the road.
There are many having non-compliance. We have people getting aggressive. In Nigeria, nobody wants to part with his money and his time. When you accost the person, you're now looking at his time and money getting involved. So we have some people getting volatile. We have some people trying to even fight road safety officers.
Trying to fight?
Yes, we have places where...
Why are you not saying it loudly?
I am saying it as loud as I can.
Okay.
And the people that want to get violent with you, in trying to keep them safe. So
is that not an offense?
It is an offense, It is an offense. Some even want to gather people to mock, But we are not relenting. The important thing is that we are not relenting. These lives you are saving might not just be your own. It could be somebody it might not just be somebody you don't know. I've had places where we go for rescue and you find that it's somebody that you know, that is maimed, that is dead or wounded. When a call for rescue comes, we don't see it as it is work. It is passion. You see people that are not even on duty, detailed on duty, picking their jackets and running off, just to save those lives. And people out there don't see, they don't understand the passion to save life. You don't just bring everybody that you see on the road to come in and walk in race. These are people that want to help. But out there, some people don't understand it. It's not just work, it is passion for us.
Okay. Then the other aspect of it, what are the hazards of this your duty on the road?
Sometimes we get knocked, people get knocked on the road, on full uniform. You see somebody on full speed, you will see the person coming, and you think the person will break, and sometimes they don't break. They hit, some hit and run. Some of us die on the road trying to help other people. There is even issues, places where somebody went on rescue and another vehicle came there and crushed, you know, trying to rescue. We are flagging him down, slow down. Why he didn't? Before you know it, has already knocked somebody down. So there are so many hazards.
In that case, what do you do?
What will you do is rescue the rescuer now. So what will you do? Start and rescue all over again. In tears, in pains, but you have to do the work.
Okay, let's bring it to the aspect of the government. Has government been able to provide you with everything you need to do this job effectively?
Nobody provides everything you need to do this job with.
But you are a government agency.
Yes.
Is it the responsibility of the government to provide?
Everything. If we might have other things that we need that they've not provided, they are providing. But it's important that those things that we need are provided. And if we need more, we will ask for more. And they do their own part. We might not have everything that we need, but at least we have the things that we need to do the work.
I want to ask you this question directly. Do you need more?
Of course, everybody is Oliver. I know you are too. If you are asked, you are given an opportunity to ask, you will ask. So if you ask me, I will ask for more.
Aneke TV has provided this opportunity for you to ask. I want to remind you that the government is listening now as we speak. So this is a free charge opportunity to talk to the government. That you are the Oliver Twist now. I want to ask for some more.
Of course, the government know that if you have more vehicles, it will help us to do more.
Okay.
You understand? So
ask as many as you can. This is the opportunity.
My desire is to have maybe another vehicle, 1 or 2, to help us in the work that we do, or maybe a rescue vehicle as well to help us do the work better. But that is it.
Okay. Now I do observe that it is the there are the obedient motorists that you encounter on the road, and there are the disobedient ones.
No, we don't just encounter the obedient ones. It's most times if I'm on the road and I see those ones that are obedient, that listens to you. You know that these are the people that you can easily convert. These are the people that you easily talk to and they will obey you. I caution them. That's for me, I will caution. Don't do it again, knowing that they will obey you. The ones I don't like are those ones that will look you in the face and like, what can you do? You know, that is when you show them that I can book you, and you go and pay for this offense. You know, so the gullible, the ones you feel are gullible are not really gullible. These are the people that I love. Those are the people that I love talking to. But sometimes those ones that you think are machos on the road, they are the bullies on the road. Sometimes when you see them down and talk to them, it's just that ignorant. They don't know. They don't understand it. By the time you talk to them, show them pictures of memes and deaths, you know, they go sober and they will understand you. So it depends on the approach on how to talk to people on the road that determines how they react to you, on how they try to understand what you are saying.
I understand that each day you are going to work, you get prepared because you wouldn't know what you're going to meet for the day.
Yes, we have a normal routine, yeah. But also you prepare for the unforeseen.
That's what I mean.
Okay. You
get prepared for that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, are there no motorists? You've mentioned that there are the ones that are complying, and those are the ones that help you record the successes you've recorded, isn't it? Are there no motorists who are complying with these rules?
They are people complying. I mean, there are some that are still breaking the rules.
Okay, but the problem you have are those who are breaking the rules.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to do a shout out to those who are complying. Do a shout out to them.
Okay, these are my people. Those are the people that listen, the people I talk to, people that obey traffic rules. I love you all, and please continue to obey traffic rules because your life you're saving is yours and other people's life. If you obey and keep your life safe. So keeping safe for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I want you to speak to those who are thick-headed and those who give you headache on the road. They just have to change, otherwise
those ones
they meet the full rot of the
those ones that like giving headache on the road. You know, you're not a Superman, nobody is, you know, and I wouldn't want you to get to a point whereby you regret not doing the right thing. So please do the right thing so that you get the right result. Road safety is out there to help you stay safe. Please obey traffic rules so that you stay alive for those you love and those that love you.
You have asked the government for more. Would you like to make a shout out to the government?
Oh yeah, the government, they are doing their best, but we still want you to do more. Do more so that we'll do our work better. Okay?
All right, this is where we're done the curtain for today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Avia, thank you so much. I'll be here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Doris and Ago.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Avia, thank you so much. It's been a nice time we had with you, discussing on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps officers on the road. Thank you so much. We are going to drop or stop here to continue again. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
I Bible. Community secondary school in Valley.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba. I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. This is my birthday month, and I have been thinking a lot about, the life choices I've made that have led me to this point that I'm in, the good one, the bad ones, and the one I would want to improve on, generally speaking. And that is something that, life does to you. It has a way of making you look at the things you've done and wanting to do better and set better examples. And one of the topics, or one of the areas that I've really, mulled over, and I've seen myself at some point doing it right, some point doing it wrong, and the repercussions that it has shown in my life. And I decided that we're going to talk about that thing, and that is setting boundaries. So today we are discussing setting boundaries for yourself as a woman. There are so many important things and so many important aspects of your life that would benefit greatly from setting boundaries. And I know that as women, we're often taught to keep our heads down, to accept, to be the punching bag for people around us, to be submissive, or not even submissive, endure, to accept. You keep accepting until there is no room for you to pour. You know that you cannot pour from an empty cup. You have to be filled for you to pour love out. If you are emotionally exhausted, if you're emotionally bare, there's no way you're going to pour to people around you. Now let's talk about setting boundaries. There are so many key areas of boundaries that you can set to help improve your life and your mental and emotional and physical state generally. But let's focus on a few today. Let's look at the first one, which is setting emotional or mental boundaries. Now, setting emotional or mental boundaries is simply protecting your emotions, protecting your mental health, protecting yourself emotionally and mentally from things and people that drain you. This also brings me to, I forgot to define boundaries. Boundaries are limits that you set on how much you can take. It is your limit on your emotions, your time, your energy, your space. The limit of what you can take. Once you get there, it is over. That is what the meaning of setting. That's the meaning of boundaries. Boundaries is the limit of what you can take, the limit of what you can accept, the limit of what is okay by you, or what someone can do and get away with. That is boundaries. Back to emotional and mental boundaries. Emotional and mental boundaries are basically the boundaries that you set to protect your peace, to protect your health, your mental and emotional health, to make sure that you are protecting yourself mentally, your mind, your emotions, because you know that there's something that can happen and that thing entirely ruins your day, ruins your activity, your mood. Everything about you is just unhinged for that particular day or an entire week, depending on how serious that thing might be. So setting boundaries like this helps you to protect it and ensure that those things do not happen. Let's talk about the ways you can protect. Let me give you an example. For instance, people often tend to dump their issues on other people. Like, they just come, they pour, they tell you this, they tell you that, they tell you this, always telling you what is going on in their life. And unconsciously, you become invested in what's happening, and it tends to bother you. And most especially for us women, we tend to internalize most things, and we allow it bother us. Somebody's issues, you can carry it on your head like no man's business, and it's weighing on you and bothering you so much. I'll give you an example. So I had this group of friends at the time, and anytime they needed advice, they would come to me, tell me that this is, please, what can I do? And I'll tell the person what to do. Now, by listening and by telling them what to do, I'm already invested in their story, in what is going on with them. After giving them my candid advice, they will go and do something else, come back and tell me the repercussion of what they did, and I'll still give them more advice. The cycle continued until I saw that, okay, this thing is weighing on me. Each time they come and they tell me that this happened, I carry with me, and it's like a heavy burden or a heavy load on my head, and it kept affecting me. So I told myself, I set my boundaries. I didn't shout, I didn't explain, I didn't talk. What I told myself was that each time these people come for advice, I will channel them to God and ask them to go to God, because He's going to answer them and give them what to do. And that's exactly what I started doing. Whenever they come to me, tell me this, that, I will tell them simply, just talk to God, pray about it. God will definitely reveal what you're supposed to do to you. Because clearly what they needed was God and not my advice. So I was not going to be invested in whatever their situations or their problem was any longer. That is it. So learn how to set your boundaries to protect your peace, protect your emotional and mental health. This can also be when someone is like keeping malice with you. So you can decide to leave that space to ensure that you're not in that space to accept those kind of attitudes. When someone close to you is like keeping malice, acting some kind of way, and it tends to affect you. Maybe you're the kind of person that cannot stay in a conflict area. Just find a way to like check out or like talk to that person and just set your boundaries clear and straight. Like, if we're going to be in this space together, I do not appreciate you being this type of person. If you're going to be this type of person, let's set clear boundaries on what we cannot do and cannot, because I don't want to keep putting myself in an emotional place for you to do this type of things to me. That is the way you can set your emotional boundary. The next boundary you can set is your time. Your time. There are people that they don't have respect for people's time. They can call you at any time. They can just call you up, please, I need you to do this for me. Oh, please, I need to. Oh, they just call you up at any time. They don't respect your time. You guys can even fix an appointment of what you're supposed to do at so and so time. They don't respect it. They don't mind it. It doesn't bother them. It doesn't concern them. They just do their things at any time. And when you have this kind of people, it is important that you set your time, because time is money. And frankly, I didn't really understand this. I remember that time in school when there was something I needed someone to do for me, and I just told the person, please, I need you to do this for me, and the person gave me the charge. I was shocked. And I asked the person, this small thing, that's why you're charging this amount. The person told me that time is money. The person told me that time is money, that this thing will require his time to do. So of course I have to pay for it. But this was something that I previously would do for people for free, and now that particular event totally changed the way I see things. There are things that I would do for free, but then there are things that we have to talk. I would do it for free to this extent, but once it's more than this extent, you have to be paying me. Time is money. I cannot keep wasting my time and energy on you. Nowadays, I rather protect my time and energy, take my time to rest if I'm not benefiting anything from that thing, and if I'm not seeing anything concrete that I'm giving that thing. Let's say I'm not volunteering, I'm not filling people's cups, because I know of this saying that says you're not useful if you can't be used. So I just know how to navigate the time where I'm being overused and when I'm being moderately used. So when I'm being moderately used, I would keep coming up, keep showing up. But when I'm being overused, I tend to back away with everything, but you have to pay the bills, right? So protect your time, protect your energy, and set boundaries around these things. The third boundary that you definitely need to set is your physical boundaries. That is your personal space, giving yourself rest, ability to rest when you are tired. Not overworking yourself to satisfy people. These are things that you have to set for yourself, because it is going to affect you. Imagine if you are tired, and because you are trying to people please, you are working extra hours for people that probably will not appreciate it. Because one thing about boundaries is that when you sacrifice without setting boundaries, it often leads to resentment. And when you love without boundaries, it leads to what? Emotional turmoil. And when you're just acting out life without boundaries, you are underappreciated and over accessible. This over accessibility goes to our point on setting time boundaries, which we're trying to focus on this third point, which is physical boundaries. Physical boundaries you have to set if you want to be touched, you don't want to be touched. Someone tries to touch you in a certain kind of way, you're like, oh no, please don't touch me that way because I'm not comfortable with that. Someone tries to invade your space, you're like, no. You know, let me just give you an instance. Maybe somebody, you're in your home, because our parents, they are fond of this one. You know, you have your own home, your own place, and maybe your mom calls you, oh, that your aunties, uncles, daughters, brothers, junior sister is coming to the state you are in, and they want you to accommodate her just for 1 year so that she can find her footing or find her place. And maybe you've heard so much bad things about this person and how their character is awfully bad, and your mom is like, forget that thing, now your sister, just accommodate her just for 1 year. You know, now your sister, now your blood, now one blood. Because one of the things our parents are often experts in is emotional manipulation. They don't know how to emotionally, you know, twist and turn you to do what they want you to do. You can just say, for the sake of my physical well-being, Mom, I don't want this person in my space. I don't want to have to deal with this person's character. I would rather bring the money and rent an apartment for that person elsewhere, or rather contribute this amount to renting an apartment for this person elsewhere. We can meet up once in a while and I'll show the person the ropes in this state, but I don't want that person in my direct physical space. These are the ways you can set boundaries for yourself physically. You know, give yourself time to rest. I also know that sometimes we hear the saying, also people saying, oh, I don't cook, I don't clean. Sometimes it just sounds like that, which I don't really agree, because I feel like cooking, cleaning, these are basic life skills that can save you. Imagine wanting to lose weight or go on a health journey and you can't cook, you can't clean, you are focused entirely on eating out. You don't know what they are serving you, the spices they are using, if it's good for your health, if it's causing anything to your health, you don't know, but you're constantly downing outside food rather than making the food yourself. Just imagine, catastrophe, yes. But that's not what I was talking about. So imagine people just saying, okay, fine, they just say, I don't cook, I don't clean, and it just sounds like that, you know. But in essence, sometimes what people are trying to say is, okay, I'm setting physical boundaries around myself. I prefer to get rest than to spend how many hours cleaning and cooking for what? I just need to rest. I like resting. I like my peace. I'm going to rest. Basically, that's what it can be saying. I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'm just trying to help you interpret what physical boundaries could look like. The fourth boundary you need to set is your communication boundaries. How people talk to you. Oh my God, how people talk to you is important. People can sometimes be disrespectful, and what you allow the first time, you are allowing to continue and rehappen. So when people talk to you disrespectfully, when people say things that are demeaning, when people say things that are belittling, when people try to act like you don't have sense, show them that you have sense by setting your communication boundaries. Tell them what you don't like, what you like, what they should stop, how they shouldn't talk to you that way, how you don't appreciate being spoken to in that kind of way. You know, you have to learn to set your boundaries. What is the edge? What is that thing that once that person says, you have to clear the person immediately? I know that this can be sometimes tough for us that are people pleasers, but it's a work in progress. It's not something that you just perfect. You just have to start little by little, and before you know it, you are a complete pro at setting boundaries for yourself. Tell people what they shouldn't say to you. When there's something that someone will say to you, immediately you clear the person. I don't like this. I don't like the way you're talking to me. I don't appreciate it. Please don't speak to me like that ever again. Thank you. You know, learn to set your communication boundaries. Things that people are allowed to say to you, things they're not allowed to say to you, things like that. Let them know that you don't appreciate things like this. You know, you don't appreciate it. They shouldn't. It shouldn't fly. Don't allow it fly. Don't allow disrespect to fly, because when you allow disrespect to fly, it's going to happen over and over again. One thing I've realized with human beings is that we are ultimately all selfish people. Yes, you see, human beings, we are all selfish people. And you would think that when you give and give and give and give, that people will have sense and realize, oh, this person has been giving me a lot, or this person has been tolerating me a lot, or this person has been accepting of my bad behavior a lot. I should give this person some space. I should appreciate this person. No, because let me just use the local lingua. If you give person allow, they will not take allowance. once you keep accepting and accepting, instead of to get the cue that, okay, you have been accepting, you have been tolerating, you have been all nice, all good, they should leave you and move on. No, they will not see you as a punching bag. Okay, give her more, give her more, give her more, give her more, give her more. That's what they just want to do. They just want to disrespect you some more. They want to, you know, get free labor from you. So many ways they can disrespect your time, your energy, and disrupt your emotional well-being. That is why you need to speak up for yourself and clearly state your boundaries so that people don't move past it. So the next boundary you need to set is your financial boundaries. This is an important topic, especially for us women. Oftentimes, because we like to care, we like to provide, we like to protect, we like to nurture, we like to just be there for people that we love. We often tend to do that with our finances. Sometimes you don't even have enough, but the small one that you have, you are giving to everybody. Somebody calls you, your friend calls you, and it's like, oh, please, I have a certain problem, blah, 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 and you just want to give. One of the things I've told myself is, if I see that you are financially reckless, I'm not going to give you my money. What I'm going to do is I'd rather take that money that I will give to you and give it to a needy person, someone that cannot live without it. Or better still, I'll take myself out and sponsor myself by myself. I'd rather you spend my money frivolously than give it to someone who is financially reckless. Because one thing with people that are financially reckless is that they don't really appreciate the money you are giving them. They feel like they feel entitled to it. And also people with entitlement mentality. You know, people in Africa sometimes we tend to have this entitlement mentality. They feel like, yes, because you are my friend, because you are my sibling, because you are my parent, because you are my child, I'm entitled to your money. You're not entitled to anybody's money. I don't even think I'm entitled to anybody's money. All I can do is ask if I can. Most times I hate asking, but if I ask and you give it to me, I will be so grateful because I know what it means to like work hard and get that money. But when people are constantly calling you up, asking for money, when they are being financially reckless with the money they are getting, when they are not doing anything to earn their own money, when they just give you story upon story upon story, it is your clear right to set your financial boundary. Another way I want to help you see this is, let's say that you set your monthly goal that every month I'm going to be saving 150,000 naira. Come rain, come shine, I'm going to be saving 150,000 naira. Now, at the end of the month, you already done your budgeting. The 150 savings is clear. You have your remaining 100k that is meant to carry you for the month. But then somebody calls you and you know that without this 100k, you are done. Like, there is nothing that will make you survive, fill your gas, pay for your electricity bills, pay for your water bills, pay for your waste bills without this particular 100k being complete. If it's not complete, you're not going to be able to meet up with everything you're supposed to meet up for the month. And someone calls you and the person tells you, oh, blah, 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 blah. Because oftentimes the stories are touching. The person calls you, tells you all of those things, and you are forced, or you now decide to take from your savings plan because you really set your financial goal for the year. You now dip your hand into that money that you're about to save and give the person, just so that the person is happy, the person is okay. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Do your savings. People will somehow survive. And for me, that is what I've really told myself, is that no matter how bad things feel emotionally, financially, I'm going to survive. There's going to be a way. I don't mind if I don't know what it will take me, but I'm going to do the things that I can legally to survive. Now, don't quote me wrong. I'm not saying that when someone is in need of that financial assistance, you shouldn't give it to them. But what I'm saying is, as a person, tend to know the people who are like leeches around you, who are like pests around you, who constantly take and take and take and take without meaningful explanation, without working hard for themselves, without even trying for themselves, but they just see you as the person that they can keep calling, keep milking from. When you have people like that, you have to set clear financial boundaries. Let me use an example. You're an older daughter and you're working hard, training your siblings in school, providing for them. And let's say you give your sibling money to pay for school fees, and then one of them is, let's say you have two siblings, I don't pray, it's not your portion in Jesus' name. I'm just giving you an instance that you pay for their school fees, then one of them decides to play Bet Niger with the school fees, the other one decides to go shopping with the school fees, and then you give them the next school fees again, they do another thing with it. You get my point? You don't keep giving them, allow them to stay at home to defer their admission for a while so that they will have sense. That's just what I'm trying to say. Now, the bonus tip for setting boundaries is your relationship boundaries. And this is an area that, I'm personally working on, and I think it's important. You set boundaries around your relationship, around your marriage, your relationship. You get the point? Set boundaries around them. Know what people shouldn't say about your partner. When people say it, you tell them, I don't like this, don't talk about my partner like this. Do things that you shouldn't tell your people, your family, your friends about your partner, in order to protect the image of your partner to them. Set clear boundaries. Oftentimes, people just like to encroach into your relationship and be all over in your space, tell you how to do this, tell you how not to do that, tell you how, things like that. Learn how to set boundaries when it comes to your relationship. This will help you protect the sanctity of your relationship. When people bring their personal bias, personal opinions into your relationship, it will often lead to problems, because guess what? They did not start a relationship with you. They are not in that relationship with you. And I tell you that you are not reporting 100% of everything that's going on in your relationship with them. It's just like reported speech. Some will be lost in translation. And when they are giving you advice, they are giving you advice from all the bad experiences they've had. They will give you bad advice from all they have heard. They'll give you bad advice from all the negative prejudice they have in their minds and hearts. And you, in turn, you are carrying those things into your own relationship. Guess what? You are bringing buzzwords, and it's going to cause issues. Learn to set clear boundaries. It's an area I'm working on, and it's an area I feel like every other person should be working on as well. So that is it for the boundaries you are meant to set for yourself as a woman. Yes. Now let's talk about ways that you can set these boundaries. Oftentimes, I don't know why I'm saying just oftentimes. So setting boundaries does not have to be loud. It can be quiet, like unannounced. You're just doing your thing. Like when I told you that my friends, I decided to just start referring them to God. I didn't tell them that, friends, if you don't take my advice, I'm going to start referring you to God. No, I just started doing it. You can also say no. Someone can call you up, please do this, do this, this. No. No is a complete sentence. I myself, I try to practice it. No is a complete sentence. No explanation. No, I'm not. This is something my husband does, and I admire it about him sometimes, even though it can be annoying. But I admire it about him sometimes, and I just want to learn how to do it. No. Can you do this for me? No. It is a complete sentence. No. And then try to ask yourself, when something happens, I want you to ask yourself, has this person exceeded the limit? Always know where your limit is. What is the thing that once somebody does, they have exceeded your limit? Once you find out what those things are, you will be able to know when to cut off the insults, when to cut off that person, when to leave that person, from your life, when to exclude that person. That is what happens when you have your clear boundaries. So first, it doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be quiet, and you're already doing it. Second, no. Learn how to say no. Learn how to say no. When someone invites you out and you don't want to go out, no. When someone asks you about your relationship, learn how to say, oh, I don't want to talk about that. Clear, short sentences that will just set clear boundaries. Another thing I want you to know is that when you start setting boundaries for yourself, people are often going to feel offended. Imagine if you have something that you're going to take freely. Imagine if there's a shopping mall that someone says, shop as you like, you are not going to pay. And every time you need something, you take your basket, your shopping cart to that shopping mall, you pack everything you need, and you go home without paying for it. And one day someone locks that shopping mall and says, you can't take anything you want, you have to now pay for it. Meanwhile, you have been taking things for over a year or years without paying, and all of a sudden someone is asking you to pay. You'll be upset. That's the same way it is with boundaries. When someone has free access to you, they're always getting what they want with you, always getting their way with you. They insult you, they go free. They take your time and energy, they drain you, they go free. They take your money, they go free. They are causing issues in your relationship, they go free. And all of a sudden, you are telling them, no, this is no longer acceptable. Of course, they are going to be upset. So, understand it and accept it. Acknowledge it and move on from it. People are going to be upset when you start showing up for yourself. Accept it and move on from it. Okay, it's going to happen. Don't let it affect you. Don't let it bother you. Just accept it and move on. People are going to, cut you off. Those are people that are meant to go. The main ones that are meant to stay, they are going to come. And when they come, trust me, you're going to even know how amazing this life can be with those people that are coming. This is what I feel you should do to help improve your life, give you peace, give you joy, give you harmony. Okay? Now for our board of words, let's find out what our word is for this particular week. Okay. I'm seeing Oprah Winfrey. Okay. I turned my word. This is quite insightful. I turned my wounds into wisdom. Wow. You see all those times they've made you question yourself, all those times they've belittled you, all those times you find yourself worrying constantly and, just feeling some kind of way because of this person's attitude or what this person has done, what this person has said, and you find yourself exhausted from going places you don't want to go in, being in physical spots you don't want to be in, overexerting yourself for other people, and they give a no hoots about you. All those times, remind yourself of them at this point and learn from your wounds, okay? Learn from your wounds, move from it, and don't allow yourself to keep being in that situation that keeps you stuck, keeps you angry, keeps you resentful, keeps you in a negative energy, keeps you keeping your priorities and your good self in places that are not worth it. Get yourself away from that place and do better. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. And this is Aneke TV, and you can find Dear Woman every Wednesday on Aneke TV and every Saturday a replay on Aneke TV. Don't touch that dial. Subscribe and drop a comment. Which boundaries are you clearly going to be setting this new month or this new year if you're my birthday mate? And if you're not going to be setting any clear new boundaries, tell me other boundaries that you already established along the line and how it works for you. Thank you.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo state by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji,
marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. We are already in the midst of the last days of the Lenten season 2026, and we thank God for keeping us alive. And we continue to mourn for those who have died during the Palm Sunday, killed by whatever forces. And we continue to hope for better days ahead for the average Nigerian. We hope that we are going to get those days that people used to feel free traveling all over the place. But having said that, may the departed rest in peace. And having said that, we don't know. We are looking at this issue of providence, wealth, and poverty. Some people will refer us to our brother Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, where through the voice of Brutus and others, he said, "The fault, dear comrades, is not in our stars, it is in us." But the Bible also tells us that wealth and poverty are the flow from the hand of the Creator. I don't know whether it is true. We don't know whether it is not true. So with me in the studio to look into this issue of providence, wealth, and poverty, we have by my left our regular discussant, a reverend in charge of, in fact, growing up young ones. He is Reverend Carlo Oka. Reverend, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
And by my immediate right, we have our brother who is in charge of peace and conflict resolution. That is his own area of interest. He is Mazi Nnameka Anechukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then by his right, we have our brother Ezengwoko, but by name Chukwudi Ugu. He is a cultural ambassador. Ambassador, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
So maybe I will start with you. This issue of providence, wealth, and poverty. What do you think about it? Because we get confused. I know that last time when we met, he was talking of the people that people don't want to work. The Bible also says, look at the ant and learn from it, or you die of poverty. So this issue of providence, wealth, and poverty, I've just quoted one part of the Bible and another part of the Bible.
Well, providence, the first question we ask
Yes.
providence is, what is providence?
Thank you.
To me, providence is about the making available of whatever, be it human resources, be it natural resources, for the good of a human being or a collective of people.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
That's the definition of providence. Providence, Namaka.
Providence from, can I say, from the divine point of view,
Okay.
is divine enablement.
Okay.
That He, God Almighty, as He who lives between the cherubim, bestows on those He created.
Okay.
To make life very, very good for them.
What living? Pastor, providence. What is providence? Because that's what he started with.
Yeah, providence is anything you receive from the Almighty.
Okay.
Be it kind, be it cash, be it favor. A release from the divine supreme being.
So I think people call it grace too.
Grace. Yes, grace is just like things that greases your effort.
Okay.
Yes, it's not actually, of course, they might have bearing.
Okay.
Yes, they might have bearing.
Okay.
For your ability to do anything,
okay.
There is an amount of release that comes from God in the order of strength, or wisdom and enablement to fulfill.
Okay. So let me get back to Ezengwoko. Now, is there a relationship between this providence and wealth?
Yes, there is a relationship between providence and wealth, especially if it is coming from the divine realms.
Okay.
For instance, in Igbo culture and our cosmology, there is something called Agu.
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 Yes. And Agu is energies resident in lineages.
Okay.
Transmitted through the DNA. For instance, there are families or lineages that have what you call medicine, pharmacy. Some will have orthopedic medicine.
Okay.
Yes. And some other people will have like divination.
Yes.
And as in the sense of creativity.
Okay.
And and all that.
So they are good dancers.
Yeah, or singers.
And good singers.
Creative people.
Yes,
performers,
very creative.
Performers.
Yes. Performers.
So these things are enablements that come with the divinity and is resident in cultures and lineages.
Okay. Yes. So let me get to Nameka. Now that he has, what do you have to say about this, providence and wealth? Because we are going to still get to another element.
Briefly, I accept that there is a relationship between providence and wealth. For instance, most people who are gifted in a special field of life, like, as he said, divination, oratory, some people are good speakers.
Yes,
when they speak, they can hold the whole nation. They will stand as if they are hypnotized.
They will hypnotize
Then when he's speaking, somebody will tell you, this is how his grandfather speaks. That is that argo. I believe in that argo. That is the channel, the pantheon. You get me? Through that people connect to, and that's why whenever you are not connected to that creativity, that speciality in life, it means so. That's what draws people to this ego. When you hit that, you are argo. I enable cosmology. That spirit of intelligence, wisdom, music. Whenever you get to your talent, where it says, even the Bible said, honor God, do the will of God, and seek the kingdom of God, and other things will be handed out to you. So the kingdom of God is aligning yourself with that gifts in your lineage, interwoven in your DNA. That is called algo from Igbo cosmology. Then wait, Queen of Sheba will come in to see what Solomon is doing with gold, bronze, and you command billions of naira without doing okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Reverend, you are listening to my brothers, what they are saying about, providence and wealth, and they are mentioning all these, forces and so on.
Remember, he's a man or born again now.
Providence, I think, is a back-to-back issue.
Yes.
Because there are people that God has given abilities to achieve certain things, yet they are poor. There are people God has given the privileges to access opportunities.
Like Africans.
Yet, either because of ignorance or because of
whatever,
they don't have the wherewithal and they remain poor. So, in one hand, Providence has a relationship with wealth.
Okay.
In the other hand, if you don't apply certain principles, certain rules, like working hard, there are certain things that cannot be thrown down from heaven. So in that case, I will say that Providence, as he plays there, does not have a relationship with wealth, because that person must have to work to become wealthy, or you take a shortcut.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, you have had him. I
want to react.
Yes. Yes.
See, when you talk about poverty and wealth, I want us to distinguish between being wealthy and being rich. They're two different things.
Yeah. Okay.
One can be rich in the sense that he has material things to show for it. Like he has a car, he has a fat bank balance, he has, he has a yacht, he has a rocket, the likes of Elon Musk, and other people who we have around, they're rich. Then maybe Christmas, he comes, distributes rice, and everybody's jumping up and down, killing themselves to take rice. He's a rich man. But wealth comes with a level of contentment. A wealthy person doesn't run around chasing money. Money chases the wealthy person. Because the arrow is manifested fully, and it's the arrow that attracts that money. Take, for instance, somebody is a very wonderful orthopedic. He's an old man who lives in Ogulu or wherever. But people come from orthopedic hospital in Enugu, and they are referred to him to go there and take treatment. Is that not wealth? He doesn't need to run away from his house. He doesn't chase money. Money chases him. That's wealth. And he's contented. And he might get to him and say, okay, keep 17 naira on the ground. When this works, come and do Thanksgiving.
Okay.
That's wealth. But being rich is a derivative. Just like I said, in Africa, I always be saying this. Africans are wealthy and Africans are rich. The upturning of the African psyche from these people, the usurpers of the land, the colonial masters, they came here and created money, fiat money, which now made us start chasing money instead of discovering our roots of who we are. We are the wealthy ones. They are not wealthy. That's the principle of colonization. So they came in here and they created poverty. Africans were not poor.
Okay.
With the dynamics of the economics, they created poverty. Because I argued this thing some time ago with a professor of economics, and I asked him, what is economics? Because when I read economics in my secondary school, they said it's a social science that deals with how man manages scarce resources. And I asked him a question, in what context is that? Is it in the context of the African environment or the context of the European environment? Because the Europeans have nothing, and Africans are the rich ones, because since 1884 of the Berlin Conference, they have been stealing from Africa and it's not finished. So why Africans poor? Why are the Africans called poor?
We are going to come to that, because there's something that he said, which we are not looking at. He's talking about the application of a basic principle. So we get there.
All right. You are talking about basic principles that
no, because we are looking at sorry. Maybe you are right there. Because we are looking at providence, wealth, and then poverty. And he's trying to explain that Africans are not really poor, that we must separate between wealth and richness, and then poverty. And then looking at rich in terms of fiscal cash and such things. And then looking at wealth in terms of contentment and so on and so on. But, generally people think that, that people are poor, that because of providence, people have got rich. I know when we mentioned all those agu and all those things. But we know that in my secondary school, class 1, one of my teachers called Kwenkwa, who was a pastor of the Anglican Church, then at CIC, Campus 2, then at Robinson Street, we've always been taught about walk and pray, walk and pray. And it's always important. If you don't walk, there's no way that you are, if you don't walk, there's nothing that is going to turn those natural resources into something concrete. So we have, that's what we are talking about.
The relationship between principles and wealth creation.
Yes, and then what he said, and then what he's saying.
So what the thing is that even if
because the viewer must understand certain things. Otherwise, because we must guide, particularly the young ones.
Even when you have providence,
yes,
that is the capacity given to you by Almighty God, innate in you. You need to activate it through work. It's a process. The laws of sowing and reaping.
Okay.
You must labor before you acquire.
Okay.
You can't just say because the grace of God is upon you, Allah Jesus Christ is with you, then you do not put what you have to do in practice. You need to work. So that's the process of earning.
Okay.
There must be work in the process of earning. There is no prayer or Holy Ghost fire or casting and binding that can make, if I have my phone, my airtime is flat, that I will pray, and invoke Ago. Then my phone, my line will go without inputting another airtime.
Data.
It's impossible.
No, what is possible? Let me go to him now because
it's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's abracadabra. It's not possible.
There is something that Eze Walker said that we are wealthy.
Yes.
The Europeans are rich.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
You see,
they stole from us to be rich.
You see, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yes.
We are talking about the line.
Yes.
The lacuna between prosperity, wealth, poverty, and all those things. Now, you can be rich and not wealthy.
Yes.
You can be rich and not wealthy.
Which is possible.
You can be intelligently rich,
but
lack the productivity capacity of translating your intelligence into resources. You can have full certificate and everywhere, but still go about begging.
Of course.
Now, poverty plays a vital role in the life of a person that lacks proper application of what you know and your ability. So it is one thing for one to be rich. It's another thing for one to be wealthy. And somebody that is rich and wealthy always fear that he won't get poor tomorrow. And what do? You keep on updating, enhancing yourself. Now, when you are growing in a life and suddenly something happens to you that you like crash, then you now ask yourself, where did I get it wrong? It's either the arrow is after you from your village, or there is an attack from our spiritual perspective. There's an attack, or there is a misappropriation of either principle or abuse of a process of getting to where you ought to have gotten. So to be rich is something, to be wealthy is another thing entirely.
No, I understand that. So
to be poor is an inevitable end when once you fail to apply the right process.
Beautiful. I think we take it off from there. We come back, after this little break, then we continue. Because we want to get to a point whereby the listener or the viewer would know that poverty is not caused by Europeans.
Good.
Or by one man in the village.
Okay.
Or by another person, one woman in the village.
Okay.
But by the failure to apply,
or by the inability to accept Jesus.
We are saying the same thing. But by the inability of the person to apply basic principles of life that would bring about wealth creation.
Yes.
Something like that. So I think we'll take it up from there.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, so back into the action, as my brother has said. Before we enter into the studio, we were having a challenge. And that challenge was, why are we so back? Because somebody gave, we don't know whether it is true or not, but as they said that Jos is burning. Then I said that the Igbos have lost everything, that our fathers were doing well, and that even after the war, 8 years after the war, they produced a vice president, they produced judges, they produced solid ministers, not just any minister. They produced everything. They had MPN, they had UPN, they had PDP, MPP, Nandazikiwe, they had GMPP, the deputy presidential candidate was, and there was no political party that could be without an Igbo man. Just like today, there's nothing that you can do without a Fulani man. Are we together? Yeah. And that is about work. It's about effort. And that's what we have come here to look at now. No, looking at that effort, people are looking at, when somebody is poor, he will say that it was caused by the gods. And that's the area that we have now moved. So we want to look at that. Is it true that the gods make people rich or poor? That is what I want to summarize now. Okay. So you.
Yes, it is possible. It is possible because if we understand that the spiritual controls the physical, we see the possibilities of these things. And when we talk about hard work, we also ask a question. Haven't you seen people pushing barrows since 1970 in this main market? Does it make them rich?
No, it's wrong application. That's what.
Hold on a second. We're talking about hard work. They work hard. Yes, they work hard. But the question is this.
Dimensions.
What's the exactly?
Dimensions.
The dimension
differ.
comes in.
Dimensions differ.
Then again, you can see somebody who has been reading all the time. Every night you see him reading. If you come to the exam, you fail. There are factors. There are other hidden factors behind hard work.
Not discovered. When I was at this, let me just use the surname, Mama. Let me not use the other name. Mama was one of the best readers at CIC, and Mrs. Udoku, our vice principal, was so much in love with him because he would read French. He was the best in French, but he would fail in every other subject. So Mrs. Udoku insisted on giving him special promotion every year. He would start reading from the first day and see fail every other paper except. So it's not about reading. It's about direction. It's about direction. That's, he mentioned certain things. Principles, application or misapplication of principles, they are important because I am looking at what you are looking at. But let me go into some of these things because he has mentioned a number of things. Is it providence that brings about wealth or poverty? Because he has tried to address it.
Providence brings wealth if you are aligned with the principles of the providence.
Okay.
You ought to align with the principles of providence.
Alignment. How do we align?
Aligning means if by providence you have been created, you have been formed, you are a system, you are wired to become
an engineer,
an orator, or a journalist, or an MC. Some people are MC, but they're billionaires.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Good. So then, and you left that MC and you went and read medicine. When law was the in thing that after the yesteryears shifted and read literature. Some people who read law during that his own era. But watch the life of Chinua Achebe and those people who thought that law, they read law. See, so
why don't you use our brother Charlie Boy?
Charlie Boy,
Charlie Boy is good.
So a lot of this. So what I'm saying is that in as much as providence makes you rich when you are aligned with the principles of providence by aligning with the talent God has given to you, and providence makes you poor when you shift from. You could not key into what providence gave to you.
I don't think providence will make you poor.
Just to help you.
That's the
match. Yeah, just to add to what you say. It's as simple as that.
But let me go. I don't believe it. I don't think you accept that
there is something I want us to understand. You don't use the context of a barrel pusher to judge a medical doctor.
Good.
And say barrel pusher works hard. He will earn more than. Earn more than how? By what amount of money? You understand? That you use a medical doctor scenario to judge a medical doctor. They, both of them, you now judge the level of their input. Bible said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. There is what we call adequate, accurate knowledge for attainment. Until you get adequate, accurate, it may be adequate, but it is not accurate. It may be accurate, but it has not gotten to the adequate level, the quantum level demanded for you to attain that certain level of managing providence. Now, sir, if, for instance, you have a lot around you, knowledge, understanding should be able to tell you, how will I translate this to a level? By 5 years to come, I'll become relevant. Until you secure certain knowledge that will elevate you to that level, sir, someone that started 2 years behind you will come and cross you. So there is enough adequate level and accurate level of understanding and knowledge you will apply for you to get to where you want to go. Because you won't say, because God has done this, you now fold your leg. You need to make input, and it has to be rightly applied.
Please, I think that's what he's saying now. Well, you know, I'm not against your reacting to it because my interest is to get these young ones and to get the viewer to apply themselves to value addition. Because if they say apply to value addition, they're not going to blame just Europe. Because our blaming Europe has not solved any problem for us. Because Asia was ruled by both Europe and Japan.
Okay.
Then the rest of the world was ruled by even Britain.
Okay.
But look at where we are. And look at the rest of the world. Asia is even moving ahead. And look at the effort that even though they have been pummeled, I'm talking of Iran, but you can see that they are making effort. So say what you want to say.
What I want to say is this. It's
Yes.
very, very simple. The human being has other factors that propel him. There are people, for instance, who will have first class in the classroom, and people you see at the roadside creating things that people who have first class cannot even come close to. That is where I'm coming from. You know, because we're so jacked up with this Western education system, we will always want to ask, okay, fine. You were taught according to the dictates of the West. And sometimes I look at this system and say, we cannot grow in this system. We have professors of economics, professors of finance, and look at Nigeria. Everybody is poor. That's the reality.
That's the corruption.
That's it. And then the people who brought this system brought a system that is not supposed to work ab initio. Because you are taught how to be a civil servant, not to be an entrepreneur. That's the idea.
Okay, but why have we not? Why have we, because I don't want us to continue like that. Because why have we not changed that particular system?
We have not. Okay,
yes, I'm asking.
Okay, please.
Why have we not changed it?
In continuation of your point of view, bad governance. Bad governance.
Yes, because, but why can't we change bad governance?
How can we change bad governance when truth is frustrated, when freedom is ransacked? You can, as a professor of government, you ought to advise the presidency, the governors, or as a professor of government, anything that concerns government, you need to be an authority that should not be questioned whenever you propose solutions to governmental problems, isn't it? But when you propose certain solutions to governmental problems, they will ask you to keep it away, keep it aside, that there's a way they do it here. So that's why some decent minds don't even delve into governance, into politics. Because they say that after being a professor of government, when I go there as a special advisor to the president, or when they don't allow me to do what I've read, you say that it's better I keep at academia. And so what causes this is I call it self-imposed conspiracy of the internal state, that government. You get this? So, and this government is being teleguided from external forces to ensure that the economic imperialism and political imperialism continues. And that's why you cannot move beyond where they want you to move.
Yeah, but some people are moving.
Sorry,
my interest is not about the macro political economic issues. My interest is about the individual.
Okay.
The individual, myself, like Jude, or the individual like himself, Reverend Carlo. How is he going to make it or mar his progression in life?
All right, sir. It is good that we understand that we are on the planet Earth.
Yes.
And as long as the Earth is concerned, we are at the end time. As a result, there will be no better season on Earth.
End time.
There will be no better season on Earth. The Bible says perilous time must come where people will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money. You see, where people value themselves more than others. In fact, our heart is so biased that it is difficult to access help from one another. You begin to look at someone with so many thoughts going on before you assist the person. Even when you assist, you are at the mercy of God because you may become a victim. Now, you discover that the earth is not safe. God says there will be perilous time. And God says we should pray. We should pray so that we will not enter into temptation. There are certain things that the enemy has gadgeted that if you don't work with God, you become a victim. Okay. So as long as we are concerned, we have to go to a level where we'll change our mindset.
Okay.
I want to better the society. I want to better humanity. Okay. I don't want to be casting blame.
Reverend,
that is the quota we can contribute.
Reverend, now we're in the world. Just as you try, I want you to round off in two seconds. What principles do we have to adopt to escape poverty and create wealth?
Well, the Bible says promotion cometh not from east, west, or south. It comes from the Lord. Do you know that prosperity doesn't fly on the air? God drops information in your heart. God drops ideas in your spirit being. And when you apply that idea, breakthrough comes.
Okay, so that means you believe with the Agwo. So now
I said God. I didn't say I didn't say Agwo.
I didn't know.
I said God.
I know what
my God is capital God.
No, God, there's God.
My God is capital God, not small God.
No, God creates.
Agwo is small God.
We are fine. We are saying the same thing now. So that means, so the principle that will help you to escape poverty and create wealth.
I will be a little elaborate on this.
Okay.
Have any of us here read the Henry Kissinger report of 1974? The Foreign Secretary of America.
I've not read the full report, but I've read
the Henry Kissinger excerpts of it. It says Nigerians should not be allowed to enjoy their resources. And we must do all we can to strategically depopulate Nigeria. Do not underestimate the power of external forces in this country. Don't underestimate them.
No, that somebody say you will die. Will you accept
hold on. It's holding you and I here.
It cannot.
That's why you are talking about poverty.
It's a matter of belief. How can you subscribe to what somebody has said in 1974 and you believe it relevant
I want to ask you a question.
It's not possible now.
52 years later.
I want to ask you a question. Has your government taken IMF loan? I'm asking you.
He knows that now.
Has he taken IMF loan?
That is, I said.
So if he has taken IMF loan, it's affecting you.
We need to change our mindset.
Okay.
There are people in this country, Nigeria, that are not planning to travel out of this country.
Why should you travel out in the first instance? Why would you travel out of their country in the first instance?
No,
why should you?
Why
should you?
Transit is possible.
When you were coming from the richest part of the world.
There is no anything regarding anybody not to travel out.
Sorry. There are countries that don't mention God and things. I want to go to Norway. Go to Norway. Go to Denmark. They don't talk about God like us here.
Is it God that we are concerned?
What are we looking for?
No. I said that people have accepted the position that you mentioned God, and I said you mentioned Agwo and all this. So please, the principles that would guide us.
Intuitively discover your talent, which is providence.
Yes.
Align with that your talent.
Good.
And maintain honesty in whatever you do. Then the kingdom of wealth, because you have said the kingdom of God,
it flows
the kingdom of God
own.
will come to you
in
a surplus proportion.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I think
whether the white man is there.
No,
or not,
wait. Let us leave the white man. Let us talk about ourselves.
The trouble we have that the religion and the state have a holy alliance to keep the people impoverished.
They have to keep you down there. That's the idea.
If the religion
let us not go into that
government
one.
to do something, they will
We
do
shall
something.
make our
Holy
time.
alliance between government and the state.
We shall make our
religion and holy alliance against the masses to impoverish them. And when you impoverish, you don't have mouth in politics.
Peace and conflict, man. We are trying to bring conflict here now. Please, we are not here for that kind of conflict. We are here to ensure that our young ones learn that they have to apply themselves to basic principles that create value addition, and then I'll enable them to now begin to understand what are those things. Where are what we call it in economics in those days? They call it not scale of preference, but what do you call that? The one where you have advantage.
Competitive advantage.
Fine, that's the word. Find out where you have competitive advantage. And when you find it, you develop on it. Like somebody mentioned here, people are, what do we call it? MCs. And they're millionaires.
I'm
coming now. No, we're not even doing well in Nigeria. Okay. Doing this work abroad, this work we are doing now, as moderator. I mean, you talk of this woman, the other woman in the she has her own studio just for being a moderator.
Okay.
People are paid well.
Yeah, you speak
it's an environmental.
No, so I'm coming now. I am coming. So the issue is, no matter the environment, you can rise above the environment. Yes. You can transcend the environment. Sure. People have been born poor and they ended up to be multi-billionaires. Yes. They ended up to be great. So we are not going to be looking at the environment and leave our own, God-given talent. We are going to look at our talent. We are going to look at what we have, and we are going to transcend, because it is possible for us to transcend no matter what the environment is saying, because we are above the environment. Man, when he applies his skill well, transcends what we call this. What do you call that that holds us to the ground? They call it gravity. Man, when he applies himself very well, he knows this and my brother, they know that if you apply yourself, you transcend gravity. Yes. Michael Jackson, that's to the point where people say that Michael Jackson had transcended, gravity, even in dancing. So, whatever you have, whatever you want to call it. So, we want the viewer to understand that this is possible. We want our people to know that we can transcend. That's why when I was talking to Ezemboko, we were looking at how have we come to the point where we have now sunken to the nadi of every kind of nonsense we're talking about. We are better than that. Yes. Even no matter what, you are mentioning Kissinger from that angle. You should also mention what you said about the Igbos. We are a great people. Yes. Our people are supposed to be somewhere else, and we need to understand that.
But now, where we are city boys, that's where we are.
Well, we're not discussing. I don't want to discuss those ones. We are here. We are in Enugu. I am an Enugu boy. So we are here in Enugu. We are doing our best. We are doing our best. So, having said that, it is left for the viewer to apply himself or herself to value addition, to the principles of working very hard, to the principles of looking out for opportunity and making use of the opportunity. Our people are still doing well. That's why when we go out, we are the best footballers, we are the best dancers, we are the best musicians, we are the best in everything, because God created us and gave us strong DNA, and we can still do better than we are doing. The future is bright. I'm not associating myself with saying that the world is just beginning. It is world without end. It is world without.
You don't believe the world will come to an end.
No, there is world without end.
Why are the world started ending in Nigeria before it ends?
It is world without.
Just know that the end is.
The end of everybody comes. No, the end comes for every man. He said that the Bible says that it will come to every man where now and then. But the world goes without end. The world will only end, at least I learned it in my year one at Osuka, 1980 GS. They said the world will end in millions of years to come when the sun will stop giving light. And we are still not millions of years close to the end of the sunlight. Yes. So, and mankind has even created their own sun.
That would be a topic for another day.
So, please, do not pray. Don't think that the world is coming to an end now. The world is only beginning. It is world without end. Go and work hard and live well. So with that, we say But by the grace of God, we are going to see next time. So I want to thank Pastor. I want to thank Ezemoka. I want to thank my brother Gabriel, because sometimes I like calling him Gabriel. Yeah. So with that, we say thank you and happy Easter.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the moral cartography of Africa's modern history, Archbishop Desmond Tutu stands as a luminous symbol of ethical resistance, spiritual humanism, and moral courage. Born in 1931 in South Africa at the height of racial segregation, Tutu emerged from a society fractured by apartheid to become one of the most influential voices for justice, reconciliation, and human dignity. As an Anglican cleric, Tutu transformed the pulpit into a moral tribunal against injustice. He insisted that faith must not remain neutral in the face of oppression. For him, silence in the presence of injustice was not merely passive, it was ethically complicit. His activism against apartheid was therefore grounded not only in political resistance but in a deeper philosophical conviction that justice is a moral imperative intrinsic to human civilization. This principled struggle, pursued through nonviolent resistance and moral persuasion, earned him the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984, recognizing his unwavering commitment to peaceful transformation and human rights. Yet perhaps his most profound historical role emerged after the fall of apartheid, at the moment when South Africa risked descending into cycles of vengeance and historical retaliation. Tutu chaired the Truth and Reconciliation Commission established under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. Through this commission, he helped pioneer a bold philosophical experiment in restorative justice, a process that privileged truth-telling, moral accountability, and forgiveness as instruments of national healing. Instead of institutionalizing revenge, Tutu championed reconciliation as a higher ethical pathway for a building society. Central to his worldview was the African philosophical principle of Ubuntu, a humanistic ontology that affirms the interconnectedness of existence. Ubuntu proposes that the individual does not exist in isolation, but within a web of shared humanity. I am because we are. For Tutu, this idea was not merely cultural rhetoric, it was a philosophical foundation for governance, ethics, and social relations. His leadership embodied several enduring philosophical virtues: moral courage, ethical integrity, compassionate humanism, and a commitment to normative justice, the belief that societies must be structured around fairness, dignity, and moral responsibility. Throughout his life, Tutu consistently reminded leaders that power devoid of ethical restraints becomes tyranny, while leadership anchored in conscience becomes a force for liberation. For the present generation of leaders across Africa and the world, his life offers enduring lessons. Leadership must transcend the mere pursuit of authority and instead embody ethical stewardship. Political power must serve the common good rather than private interest, and reconciliation rather than division must guide national development. Ultimately, the legacy of Desmond Tutu reveals a profound philosophical truth that the highest form of leadership is not domination but moral guidance, not control but compassion, not power but principled service to humanity. In remembering Archbishop Desmond Tutu, we are reminded that history is often shaped not by the loudest voices of power, but by the quiet yet unwavering authority of conscience. Echoes of the past, where history speaks and wisdom continues to illuminate the path of leadership.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conversation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.